last week, who almost lost his job as head tech priest if the captain hadn't gotten the NPC then killed. We were rolling with an NPC tech priest who was actually rolling significantly better than you were.
I have a 67 on my generic tech check. How
this
in
guy rolled
hell?
single digits.
And
Constantly.
every roll, all night.
Fine.
Like, I don't think he rolled less than 5 degrees of success on any test ever. And then the captain got him killed.
Damn.
Yep. It was brutal.
So,
Nice going, Stephanie.
so the party ended up going to Jerizal to see if they could figure out what the flashing light crap was that they had heard from in their new frigate that they're flying around in while the cruise is getting repaired. On Jerizal, they found what used to be an agricultural world literally just wiped out. Every complex organic molecule had been broken down to its base parts.
Whoa.
They also found a smaller drone of similar technology to the defenses around Aubrey's Anvil. They sent down Red Shirts to examine it. Red Shirts didn't die, surprisingly. In the start of his single-digit rolls, your tech priest engineer managed to recover both the database from the drone and also its communications array. So the party was finally able to send and receive communications using this weird light-based method of communication that whatever the hell this Xenos race uses as communications.
Oh, so we found the Rosetta Stone, essentially?
Essentially, yeah. So for a while you had Google Translate trying to talk between the two of them, but your computers have gotten better at it. So they found out the drone was actually a survey drone. It was basically watching a weapons test at Jerizal. It was there to record data and send it back. A test of a WMD basically designed to split organic molecules that worked very effectively on Jerizal. So the test was considered a success, and the information was sent back to Aubrey's Anvil. The party then took their new communication Google Translate and flew back to Aubrey's Anvil and basically found out why they had been pissing off the defense drones, because what the drones were saying and what you were repeating back was basically a threat to open fire. So you were basically threatening them back.
Oh, well then. I'm glad we got that sorted out.
With the drone's passwords, basically, the party was able to get to Aubrey's Anvil and found out it was a Forge World, but it was a Forge World by some ancient race. And it is literally a Forge World for producing weapons of mass destruction. It's an entire planet factory designed to produce differing calibers of WMDs.
Have we explored... have we told the Mechanicus about this?
The party hasn't told jack shit about this. They were unable to remove anything except for scrapings of whatever metal this place was made out of, which is some sort of basically synthetic alloy that was created from the atomic level up to be a perfect metal, basically. When they tried to take data of these weapons of mass destruction, the drones threatened to blow them out of the sky, so they decided to leave the data behind.
Okay.
The intent of not telling anyone about this is revisiting the place at a later time and trying to glean more information for personal gain before handing it over to someone with far more resources to actually get shit done.
They also found out communications had been going back and forth between Aubrey's Anvil and Seven Dooms. So, given it's so nicely named, they decided to fly over to Seven Dooms and see what was there. There they found 7 artificial rings around an artificial sphere. With a little bit of research there, they figured out it's basically a galaxy-wide WMD. It was designed to kill every single thing that wasn't a pure human in the galaxy, had it ever activated. But it was stopped during its firing sequence and prevented from activating.
And we got a log of when that message was received, and that was... Tyrion, do you have the number of how long ago it was?
I believe it was about 160,000 years ago. All of this occurred.
Do we have any idea who created it or why?
Humans.
I should have seen that one coming. But which humans?
Humanity.
160,000 years ago? I don't know. That's only about 4 times older than the Emperor.
Yeah,
Right.
basically humans on Earth at that time were still Neanderthal, basically. So they then flew to Agusia, the closest world there, and found literally a planet-sized graveyard. As a kind of warning against a war, that was what had happened. That whole planet is honeycombed with tombs, literally just quadrillions of dead from some ancient war back then. This led them to Cerita Prime, where the system was not actually that interesting of Cerita Prime, but was interesting was one of this ancient humans race, one of their dreadnoughts was still there. Although beaten to hell, it was still there. The party boarded the dreadnought and found out the ship itself was still not in the best of case. The ship was not able to be moved or anything at the moment. It's too heavily damaged. But some of the tech is still operational, including a power core that makes yours look like a piece of shit.
Oh, were we able to
Something like
salvage
that.
that?
No, because the party basically thought better of trying to salvage a reactor that they knew nothing about.
The argument being it's far easier to incorporate our tech with this ship rather than attempt to take the core out and convert that to our use. Besides, there was some really awesome tech on that ship that actually plugged holes that had been breached in the hull. Sorry,
Yeah, long
hull
story
itself.
short. Yeah,
It
long story
prevents
short.
air from escaping.
Yeah, long story short, the ship basically has the emergency force fields from Star Trek. If there's a hole blown in the hull, it immediately seals it with a force field.
Cool.
That also was tech that was something unrecoverable for the moment. The party, however, did find an armory, and with the glorious sacrifice of your engineer, managed to get into the armory. There they found 2 rifles and a couple of grenades, basically from this race. So they also found logs detailing that Marwolv was some sort of like capital world or something of that nature, basically. So they tried to go to Marwolv. They almost died trying to go to Marwolv because something in Marwolv basically prevents ships from exiting the warp there. Like, you just can't do it. It's not happening. So Ryan attempted to divert to Cinderhall and then rolled horrifically badly on his warp navigation tests, which led the party to being catapulted towards the rifts of Hecaton, which is a massive warp storm and probably would have resulted in the death of the party and the destruction of their ship. But he managed to pull the ship out of warp at a solar system near the edge that isn't on any map, including yours. This is the red circle where you are. This is where we ended last time, was the... I'm trying to figure out which planet it was in the system.
Where we ended last time?
Yeah.
We found it, well, it's not named because we found a completely unknown system.
Well, no, he's trying to remember which. There's multiple.
The second planet has... The second planet had a breathable atmosphere, no life signs, and large mineral value. So the party ended last time trying to come up with a name for this solar system because it's not on any charts, so as a rogue trader you can claim it as your own, and then deciding that it was going to be a new endeavor because the endeavor of exploiting Aubrey's Anvil is not happening, at least for the moment, to set up a mining facility on this world and therefore make some nice money with that.
Okay.
And that is where we pick up this time, with the party about to try their endeavor to set up a mining colony on this now unnamed world.
What's wrong with the name it's already got?
It doesn't have one.
It doesn't have a celestial body code?
Nope.
Nope.
This is not actually on any star charts. You guys ended up somewhere even your map doesn't have.
Yes, we have found something that the Imperium of Man hasn't.
So I was
Name
thinking.
pending.
So I was thinking, since this world has a lot of minerals on it, okay, and I'm a geologist, you know. I was thinking, what if we named it gypsum?
I see no issue with this.
This is, not an awful idea. However, finding out a bit more of the planet before we decide on a name might be wise.
Right. Got to figure out its character.
Because Cobalt and Cinder Hall totally make sense on what's there.
What was this about Kobold and Cinderhall?
You know, Cobalt, Cinder Hall, Footfall, Damaris.
Oh.
You know, it's the whole thing of there's not a. Damaris doesn't really imply anything that's there.
Yes. Well, first off, those are system names, not planet names. But are you speaking out of character or in character?
Out of character for now.
Okay. Lathuman's death being a dead world. Now this makes sense. Like there's things in there that totally make sense.
Yeah, and I mean it's the whole thing of yes, we don't know what minerals on there, but gypsum is technically a mineral. So that's all I was thinking out of character.
Well, what you found last time with your sensors in terms of the minerals on this world was large amounts of gold and platinum.
And
with
some
gold
jewels.
being the most common.
My fiance said Midas.
That's a good one. That's a really good
Okay.
one.
Why didn't I think of that?
We could always like name the system maybe gypsum or something, and then the planet Midas.
Well, typically the way systems are named in the 40K universe is the system has a name and then there's a number for the planet. So,
okay,
this
yeah.
would be Midas 2, would be the name of the planet. That's how Imperial designation usually works. So this would be the Midas system, and then the planet would be Midas 2 because it's the second planet from the sun. So is everyone good with that?
Seems just as good as gypsum.
All right, so you guys
Sure.
have officially named yourselves a system. This is the Midas system, and Midas 2 is the name of the planet that has the large quantities of gold.
Did we scan any other planets?
The other two worlds are basically dead rocks. They don't have atmosphere, and there's no real valuable resources to speak of on them. All right, so your endeavor will be, first up, you need to set up a colony on this world because you can't do jack shit if there's no one here to do it. Second, you'll need to map a trade route because you guys are so far from normal Imperium space, there are no set warp routes through to the Midas system because it's a new system. So if you guys want any amount of trade ships to be able to make it, you're going to have to map the route for them. Third, you're going to have to find a buyer, preferably one that won't fuck you in the ass this time, for the resources on Midas. And then fourth, you'll need to start the extraction of the resources there. So those are your objectives for this endeavor.
Wouldn't well, I guess the colony itself, establishing the colony by itself, is going to be almost an endeavor.
Yeah, and you will get resources for setting up the colony. It's just the full endeavor is getting the resources from Midas. That's where the bulk of your money is going to come from with this.
Yeah.
Like taxes, let's say, on a small little mining colony are going to be shit. The bulk of your profit factor from this is going to be mining those resources.
We haven't been to Cobalt yet, have we?
No.
You have not been to Cobalt yet.
Seems like a good as time as any to explore that system as a jump point.
Wait, to explore Cobalt?
Yeah.
Well, just to investigate to make sure it's a good void mark or a jumping off point for the route.
The answer is going to be no,
Why is that?
because of that thing.
Short
Oh,
trips are also better for most merchant
You know
vessels.
what? Never mind. I just remembered this little nebula thing is not actually like a warp storm or anything.
Yeah, there's only a few actual warp storms on the map. There's God Emperor Scourge, the Cauldron, and then the big ones, the Passage Storms and the Rifts of Hecatan. That's the only actual warp storms. The rest of this is just, I hate this map sometimes, but it works.
Because it'd probably be best to avoid Delirium, because Winter Scale kind of fucked us on that.
Yes, well.
What other nearby places are good for trading? Because
I mean,
a merchant's
you could
going to
go-
really want to drop by those places on the way out here, and then hit those places on the way back as well to drop off various goods.
Like, we could go the long honking way around, but
And do we
That
know
doesn't
if
make
Kane's
sense.
Abyss has been cleared yet?
You could try sending an Astropath message to Damaris, but other than that, you know that it's been about 4 months real time since you left Footfall in your frigate. So a decent amount of time has passed. No, with all these other jumps over, it's been 6 months. It has actually been half a year since you left Footfall.
That's it?
You actually had some really short jumps, remember?
Well, it's not just the jump length. It's supposed to take like a month to pull from the outer edge of a system to the inner edge.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. You have been
Yeah.
through short systems, like Seven Dooms was a small system. Soda Prime, though, wasn't. Midas wasn't. So,
Yeah, bumping.
yeah, I suppose it has. Real space time, it's probably been 8 or 9 months since you guys left Footfall.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Subspace travel's where all the time's going.
And dispersion and warp finickiness. But yeah, it's been 8 or 9 months since you left Footfall, so... And it was a couple of days before that you left Damaris, so... You know, whether or not Kane's Abyss has been cleared, you don't know, but it has been quite a long time.
Well, I'll try to send an Astropath signal over there to Damaris to see if they've gotten anybody over there yet.
So you're sending it to the Imperial Navy at Damaris, basically?
That's who we had left the information to, right?
Yeah, you had asked the Imperial Navy to clear out Kane's Abyss.
Then yes. And that is 3 degrees of success for my focus power.
Alright, so you're pretty sure they've received it. You know that it's going to take some time until they get back to you.
Yep.
Well, and since we want to be here when the message is received, we should probably check out the planet, maybe.
I am, well, Lika is absolutely down for hitting dirt side and breathing some non-circulated air and just checking things out in general. These scanners don't tell me what I want to see with my eyes.
Things like what kind of flora and fauna are there.
Yeah. Can we cultivate jack shit on this? Can it be fully sustained on its own, like a frontier world? Oh wait, it is a frontier world.
He's got a good point.
Hell, I want to see what other natural resources are there. Do we have to ship in all the wood that we'll need to, like, what the fuck are we working with here? I want to see it.
True. Is there sufficient quantities for building materials? Or rather, are they accessible and usable?
Are the caves full of bears? What's going on?
So, actually, since I can do this as well, I'm going to throw a science and see if I can pick up, like, I don't know, any sort of, I guess, intelligent, like, you can, no, well, any sort of warp activity coming from the planet, for sure, is something we definitely want to know.
Can we tell what manner of planet is it? Does it have water? Does it have a climate? What kind of atmosphere has it got?
That's,
It's got an oxygen nitrogen atmosphere. It is breathable. The world itself seems to be very sparse. What your sensors are showing you from up here is there's very sparse plant life down there. There's enough to generate an atmosphere and kind of keep it circulating, but it looks like it's roughly still in probably the microbe stage. Most of the atmosphere is probably being generated by. There is one large ocean.
Interesting.
The ocean, in fact. Okay.
Ryan, there's a lot of residual chaos taint, but you're not surprised with it being this close to the rifts of Hecaton.
but not an unusual amount.
Not for the distance to a warp storm that this is, no.
Okay.
There's nothing, you're not feeling anything that would seem to indicate there is an active chaos presence on the world. Just that it's getting some residual taint from the fact that it's so close to such a big warp storm.
Breathable atmosphere?
It does. It has an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere.
Can we get a reading on how many magnitudes of Terra gravity it has?
It's got a little bit less than Earth norm, so it's probably sitting at about a 0.8 Earth gravities.
Fun.
Oh, I could actually play basketball on that.
Jarrett, you, while everyone's doing this, about 3 hours later, you receive a message back from Danvers saying, Kane's Abyss has been cleared, although the station has not been reset up.
I will let the captain know.
Okay, that means we can actually put the trade route through there.
So we got a midway point ish.
You said there was nothing but microbial life that we could pick up.
That you can
Presumably
pick up.
there could be something under the water, but
Your sensors aren't designed to scan that way. These are augury sensors on your ship designed primarily for detecting warships and things.
well, more importantly, most things that would be deep enough in the water that we wouldn't be able to find them aren't a threat to land-bound people.
Yes, although there are some plant life on the continent, basically.
Huh.
Large or small?
The plant life
know-
is... There's some sparse trees, but it's mostly small ferns and things.
We should collect some samples of this life and just for cataloging and information gathering purposes.
We should probably make sure a lot of the flora isn't poisonous or something stupid.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, because a toxic spore of some variety would be disastrous.
Fate worse than death. Seen it myself.
As the Mechanicus says, understanding is the path to comprehension.
Right, wouldn't want to find some kind of parasitic plant on there. Seen enough of those. And funny enough,
But if
that
you find a new
possessed-
but imagine the possibilities. You may find a new horrible parasite to kill you.
again, seen plenty enough on Catachan, but you've never seen enough of this wide open universe.
What do you say, Captain? A expedition down to the surface seem like a good idea before we attempt to map a route back?
Yeah, absolutely.
I immediately exit the bridge and go suit up.
Saying I'm wearing a hat, basically the void suit, because I don't know if there's something toxic or poisonous in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
But
your
I'm also
void suits
bringing-
are, of course, self-contained and have their own oxygen supplies, so anything
Right.
in the air wouldn't cause problems with a void suit.
Right, so if a plant vomits toxic or worse, fumes in my face, I can get a scan on it and then carry on.
I am apt on bringing some sampling media down.
Alright,
Bring
you
it
can
on
bring
for
we
soil
should-
vials
samples
and
too.
you can bring vials and things to gather samples.
I
Uh,
definitely want an air, a water, and a soil sample. That's probably more than one of each, because if there's multiple biomes or climates present.
As
But
a
this is just
resident, we're to carry some more stuff as well.
Yeah, this is just a rudimentary
Rudimentary.
exploration run. We're not trying to survey the entire damn planet.
we should bring a scientific team. Some engineers. Like, you're not going to have to do all of it yourself. We're the away team, but still, we have minions.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, you're on a smaller ship now, but you still have a massive crew.
It's one of those things. Whenever we go to explore a planet, think Star Trek. You have the command team, and then you have like 5 or 6 other just dudes.
Okay, I haven't seen an episode of Star Trek.
Okay, Trevor's got a good excuse.
Bits and pieces, yes, but I have never sat down, start, roll credits, done. Stand up.
But you guys are basically just the big boss command team. But yeah, you have your minions to, I don't know, dig up soil and shit, so you don't get it in your nails. All right, so you guys
Good,
head
I don't
down
have to
into your
schlep.
void suits. You bring your science team down. The atmospheric sensors are not picking up any spores or anything in the atmosphere.
Okay.
I'm guessing we have at least one red shirt with us.
Yeah, you have a security member with you.
I'm going to order him to take his helmet off.
He tells you to fuck off. You ain't his captain.
So I'm gonna check the scans again. I'm gonna walk up to like one of the I'm guessing the plants around.
Yeah, you landed near some plant. Again, there's some sparse trees. Most of it's smaller ferns and things of that nature.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to any that look like they have spores or anything poisonous on them and kind of scan near it and see if there's anything. See if my suit picks up anything.
Auspex scanner, any particles in the air? Or any unusual or unknown particles in the air?
It doesn't look like it. There's some particulates, but nothing poisonous, basically.
And then I'm gonna remove my helmet.
You breathe fine. The oxygen content on this world is lower than Earth, so it's more like being at altitude, basically. It's a little bit hard to breathe, but not that difficult.
Lucky.
I'll go ahead and follow suit and desuit.
And so will I.
We do have budget environmental systems on our boat, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, you guys have the nice shit on that.
Oh, no, that's right. It's the other one that we got the budget one on.
The
Yeah,
transport?
you guys have the nice shit. Yeah, the transport had the budget. This one has the nice air recyclers.
Okay, I just knew that one of our boats did.
Yeah, the one you blew up had the shit ones. So, you were doing like preliminary samples of some of the phones and stuff, Nora?
Yeah.
So you definitely wouldn't want to eat it. It would be highly toxic.
Okay. But it's not it's not basically poisonous to the touch or anything like that.
No, it would only be poisonous if you consumed it.
Okay. Fairly simple.
Perhaps even hospitable. Fortune smiles upon you, Captain. Compared to the Death Worlds, this would be easy colonization.
Just don't eat the berries.
Death worlds aren't often really colonized much anymore. It's not worth it. Besides, again, you have Katachan. Just ship them out there and see who survives.
Since we're down on planet, I'll totally roll a sign of science again to see if there's anything sentient.
You're not picking up anything sentient, although you are picking up larger creatures now that you're down here. They're all coming from the ocean, and you can sense them really deep.
Well, there's plenty of marine life there, Captain.
Don't trust large bodies of water. I'd say
We are going to get some water samples just to see what's suspended in there. pH, salinity,
right. I'm thinking
suspended solid.
if we go scoping that out, I'm thinking mechanized units, and we're not on that, and we're not actually dirt side.
Well, most
Fair.
of the big stuff's deep, so it should be surface area fine.
Well, if we're doing mining, we're going to create lots of geological activity that might piss them the hell off.
Well,
True.
yeah. But most things that are aquatic can't actually get basically onto the land, and most of the minerals that we've seen so far are mostly in the middle of the land masses, I'm assuming.
Yeah, there's veins all underneath the continent, basically. That's where you would be mining.
Yes, but no.
Oceans can be used for hydration and recreation. We should at least see if it's feasible to set a colony near the ocean.
Fucking cheap transit too.
Also, convenient waste dump.
World's toilet.
If it's full of the proper bacteria, then yes, it can even be a long-sustaining toilet.
Out of character, it is normal within the 40k universe to just take a world, fucking destroy it for humanity, and then leave and let it fix itself over time.
Oh, over the next, 10, 20,000 years.
Exactly.
Garbage planet.
Okay.
Like, conservation is not the done thing in the 40k universe.
Yeah, you would only do that if you want to turn it into a pleasure world or into just a long-term human habitation. If you, for some reason, saw value in long-term building cities and things there.
And
Right.
keep in mind,
Right.
when we say long term, we mean like 10,000 years long term.
Right.
Yeah,
Start off
if you think it
colonization.
someday would be like a new Damaris, basically.
But starting up a colony, it's a convenient toilet. Just throw things at it. It's not going to be a problem.
Right.
Sorry, Chris. I know it makes you twitch.
Whatever.
All right, so you've got your samples. You doing anything else down here?
I don't think there's anything else to do or anything else to be done.
So I'm gonna look around. Is there what's the terrain look like now that we're on world?
The terrain is mostly flat. You're starting to get the hint that this is a fairly young world, both from the biological activity. It's still got a Pangea continent. It's still got one continent. This is a fairly young world.
We detecting any tectonic activities?
There's nothing you're detecting right now, although there are some seriously large faults.
Well, are we near one?
Even if you aren't, you could get there very quickly in your drop ship.
Wait. You said bolt. I was thinking chasm. Got it.
No,
I'm on
yeah.
the same page.
Faults underneath the ground.
Right. No, I caught on. After a little derping.
So mining is likely to cause a severe seismic activity.
Not
Good thing we're not.
necessarily. It depends on what type of faults they are and everything.
Is that out of character telling me or in character telling me?
In character, because she does have scholastic lore planets, basically. So she does know a little bit about faults and stuff, and there are certain types of faults that are, and this is half out of character. There are certain types of faults that will actually cause seismic activity when you mine near them, and there's others that don't.
And it depends on the type of mining. How strip mining are you going to be doing this?
Yeah, are you going to be using dynamite, or are you going to be more picky on how you get it out?
Like, out of character, I'm sort of assuming with the 40k attitude that strip mining is the way mining is generally done.
Again, it depends on how long term you want the world, basically. This is you guys' choice when you set up the colony, is you can get more resources and just fuck the world over, or you can try to create more of a sustained colony and have less chance of fucking it all over.
Yeah, but only one of those matters in our lifetime.
This is true.
And the likelihood of fucking it over completely in our lifetime is also approaching nil.
Yeah, again, it's more just you guys' preference how you want to set things up, legacies and things like that.
Blow the fuck out of it.
We may actually gain material wealth from a legacy of establishing a long-term colony that is self-sustaining. There is wealth and reputation.
I'd sooner have the planet as a fallback. Sustainability is my game.
Okay.
So is there anything else you guys are doing on world? This is choices you'll have to make when you get back to Damaris and start setting up the logistics of this. Or Footfall, depending on where you want to set this through.
And then one more quick scan while we're on world. Is there anywhere specific that would be decently good to set up like a colony or something?
Basically, you can tell there's starting to be a mountain range. At the base of it, there's quite a bit of fresh water there, and there's some decent mineral seams underneath of that. So that would be a pretty good starting location for a colony.
Okay. So I'll
Then our survey is complete.
I'm assuming we have some sort of marker, either like a, like something that'll show up on the scans, or even something as simple as a large flag or something to basically kind of show the area that we found, if it's any secluded or if it's not like completely obvious.
You can set basically a Vox marker that kind of pings out and lets you know of the location later.
Yeah, I imagine for surveying purposes they do have like little GPS emitters.
And you've already put your marker buoy in orbit, so.
Yeah, this is more just a marker of, hey, this is kind of an already good spot to start.
Alright, Stephanie, sounds like we're turning this into a real short stay planet side. The grand scheme of things, what's one night? I wouldn't mind camping out here for a night. It's a nice sky. Did a lot better than that damn ceiling on my cabin.
Ah, what the hell?
She's gonna chuck.
Mal's got a point.
Do you guys really want to take a break and stay on a planet for a little bit and like camp out in the wilderness?
Camping.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to agree with Mal on this one. Seems like
The Mechanicus does not have advice on camping.
Kratos looks very confused on why you would want to do this.
By the way,
It's not
Stephanie,
my damn bunk.
No, in case you don't remember from last time, your ship is, by the way, down to about 30% on its ration stores.
Yeah.
But what's one night? However, it is said that civilization is just 9 missed meals away from anarchy.
So we'll be at 8. Besides, Sure, you've made a poor person's food once in a while. Get a campfire, throw some little foil around it, throw it on the coals. Simple. Kind of reminds me of home.
Protein rations don't roast especially well.
Why do you have to dispel everything fun?
Don't
Fuck
forget, we
you.
haven't found any like food on this planet yet, so that's about what we have is like rations and stuff.
Yeah, well, so the food won't be the same.
I think I know a compromise. So I'm gonna tell the ship to kind of start making preparations to get ready to kind of fly to the edge of the system and all that. And we're gonna stay one more night, and then we're gonna leave in the morning, bright and early.
Thank you. But we do need to go back to the ship to actually acquire these resources, so time for a round trip.
I only mean to cross-examine your thinking.
Huh?
I have nothing against fun.
And then she's gonna look at Malika, and she's gonna be like, "You didn't bring any rations? Have you never been on an exploring team before? What would have happened if we had gotten stuck down here?"
But not enough for breakfast.
Your shuttle, by the way, does have your basic survival setup like that.
And I have gone on exploration runs, but normally not for several days. Besides, never said how long we'd be down here in the first place.
All right, so you guys spend the night there. It's incredibly uneventful, although kind of creepily quiet due to the lack of animal noises, and head back up to the ship the next day.
See, no, this is perfectly normal. Like quiet is how night should be. I don't know what you people are talking about.
Probably a lot quieter than on the ship too.
Probably.
Maybe.
Doesn't
Alright.
have air conditioning or systems.
What was the climate like when we stayed for the night?
You guys were near the equatorial band, so temperate.
Just like home.
Minus the alpha predators.
True. But hey, it's not like I slept under trees that could. Well, it's not like I slept under trees out in Katachan.
Right.
Besides, they'll take over your mind and control you.
My homeworld, merely you couldn't breathe the atmosphere for more than a few hours.
So you walked around with a mask attached to your face? You know, after long enough, I bet you got used to that.
So
What about
suffice to say,
beasties?
I did
I bet-
order to drive to the edge of the system.
Yep. It's a fairly small system, doesn't take you that long. So Ryan, where are you charting a course to?
Well, if nobody said anything, what is our ultimate destination? Footfall?
Or Dammers. Which do we want to trade with? Probably Footfall would be smarter.
Yeah, get some goodwill among everything else. All right, so I think our first jump is going to be to Cole.
By the way, Nara, as your ship is flying out and kind of prepping for this, you get approached by one of your many scribes on your payroll,
Okay.
whose job it basically is to keep track of your fortunes. Because frankly, you have too much money to keep track of.
Right.
They will let you know that they kind of keep track, like they keep a ping back and forth using the astropath choir to. I mean, yes, you're a scion, but you still have assets in your family, right?
Siren, you mean? But
Yeah, you're a siren, so but you still have some assets through your family. After all, you're the rogue trader of the family now. You're not actually getting reports back from those assets anymore. What is your profit factor right now?
It is 29.
Yeah, you're at 24.
Again?
Boo!
And make sure to mark those five profit factor down that again, something happened to your assets, like the assets you still had as part of your family, basically.
All right, ready for the jump?
Yep, that was the only thing that needed to be dealt with. So give me a time jump guesstimate.
Okay, so I'm going to let everybody else be a part of this. Which dice set do you want me to use? 1, 2, or 3?
The shiniest.
3.
The only one I heard clearly that was, actually helpful was 3. So 3 it is. Well, the navigator's estimate is fuck all.
Alright, so you have no fucking idea how long it's going to take to get to Cobalt. You've never seen warp travel in this region of space, so you have no idea.
All right, finding the Astronomicon.
You're at a -10 to find the Astronomicon due to interference from the rifts.
That is okay. So I'm rolling against an 83. No, I'm rolling against a 73, and I roll a 5, so that's 6 degrees of success.
Alright, so you have 6 degrees of success. So give me a charting the course. You're at -20, yeah, but you passed. Alright, so you know it's going. You're at -20 for all these tests because again, you've never flown to Cobalt.
Okay. That puts me rolling against 102 base.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how many degrees of success.
Steering the vessel. Seven degrees of success.
Right. All
Thank
right.
you.
So, from your perspective, it takes about a day to get to Cobalt. During that day, everything is fine. Like, you don't have any warp encounters. So, Ryan, take us out at Cobalt.
Pass with like 3 degrees.
All right, your ship comes out of warp in the Cobalt system. The system itself has 5 planets and a fairly standard star. You're at the edge of the system. You can wait for your drive core to cool. You can run scans. You can do whatever you'd like.
I'm gonna have what's his face run a scan really quick.
Steven.
Steve. Oh, Steven.
Steve died with the other ship. Steven is the one that we have here.
So Steve says he's getting. It's really far out. From the second planet, he's picking up some sort of ruins.
World Sign of Science, see if I can pick up anything.
You're not detecting anything. You're not detecting any life from the system.
Okay. I'm not gonna pay it too much mind.
All right, so you wait your 6 hours. The drive cores are ready to jump again.
All right, then we're going to go from Cobalt to Kane's Abyss.
Did it say which planet the ruins were on?
The second planet.
The second.
All right. I'm again keeping you involved. 1, 2, or 3.
1.
2.
3.
You
You're
can't all
welcome.
give me a different
2.
answer.
The shiniest.
Thank you.
The DM
I
tie broke.
had 2 2s. That's good.
The DM tie broke.
Guessing the length of the journey. That is a pass.
You've still got some tailwind from the rifts of Hecatan, so it should take you about a week to get to Kane's Abyss.
All right. Finding the Astronomicon. That's a meat.
Alright, so you don't get any bonuses, but you're not fucked either. So she
Yeah.
jumps into the warp, and you just can see the Astronomicon at the edge of your vision.
Which sucks, because I rolled an 83.
Alright, so you're going to Kane's Abyss. You have been there before, you know the warp coordinates. So you don't get any bonuses because you've never flown this route, but you don't get any penalties either.
Okay, so mapping it out is the next part.
Yep.
And that is like 3 degrees of success, 4 degrees.
Alright,
Four.
so you know of any particularly problematic areas ahead of you. So steer the vessel to Kane's Abyss.
I still have that plus 20 warpcaster, runecaster thing, don't I?
Yes.
So that other one should have been 9 degrees of success, not 7.
So yes, you still have that because you're still on this ship.
Okay. Failure, but no 9s.
Okay, so it's how many degrees of failure? Just the one?
None.
Okay,
No
no degrees of
degrees,
failure. Okay.
just failure.
Okay, so the first week goes by in the warp. All is well for the first week. Ryan, you've managed to navigate around some of the really gnarly hazards, but it is taking you longer to get there because there's a lot of problematic areas, but you're managing to avoid them all.
All right. Oh, and remember,
second
all
week-
travel times are halved.
Yes, the second week, you're just about to Kane's Abyss, but you actually run directly smack dab it. Like, you can see it right in front of you as a warp storm between you and Kane's Abyss.
Okay. And warp storms, I just do a navigation warp to attempt to get through, right?
Yep, you can try to basically shoot the eye. I looked it up. That's basically what you're doing, is you're trying to shoot the eye of the warp storm so that you don't get buffeted by it.
Oh, good. Thread the needle. Thread the needle.
Yeah, I'm rolling it an 82. I feel pretty confident on that.
83. Go.
No, 82.
No, rolls an 83. Hence, dough.
Oh, no, that's what fate points are for.
Conceded.
Alright, so Ryan, give us a roll and let's see if you can thread the needle of this warp storm and get to Kane's Abyss.
That is 3 degrees of success.
You shoot the gap perfectly and you're ready to come out of warp at Kane's Abyss.
And none of us are any of the wiser.
Are you kidding? I'm telling you all about how I just shot it through a warp storm. Oh, Jesus. We're coming out at Kane's Abyss, right?
Yes.
I'm looking at 3 degrees of failure on coming out. I'm trying to decide if I should re-roll that. I think 3 degrees will be pretty safe, actually. Anybody else got an opinion on that one?
Chainsword revving intensifies.
Will be fine.
I can't
That's
hear
the
your
only opinion
that's
I've been
over your
given.
chainsword.
I'm just throwing this out there. Everybody had the opportunity to object, so we're coming out with 3 degrees of failure.
Alright, so you come out significantly more in the system than you normally would have. Not at the station, which means you wouldn't normally be a problem, except there is a huge debris field of destroyed ships here. And you have actually come out of warp in the middle of this debris field, so the pilot now has to try to avoid slamming into any chunks of ship.
Okay.
Good thing we have an ace pilot.
No, we don't, because
No.
he was on the other ship, and the ships came back
Oh.
with no crew. But we do have a 40 pilot, and I give him plus 10.
Oh, that was also, see, during last session, we also found out that there are far fewer bits and pieces of what were people than, well, look, it boils down to we assume crews are missing.
Yeah, not everyone was accounted for in the bits and pieces of giblets left on your other ship.
Too little biomass for the crew that we had.
Specifically up near the command area where your officers were, a lot of it was missing.
Yes.
So your pilot apparently is better than your old pilot. He just rolled a 1.
Yes.
Wow.
So that is 5 degrees of success. So not only does he manage to avoid the big pieces, he actually manages to avoid all the little pieces and doesn't even scratch the paint.
Some
Nice.
foods getting a raise.
So he also has managed to basically use the momentum to get the ship back safely out of the debris field. So you're actually ready to jump in 6 hours when the drive core is cool. So the debris you're picking up at Kane's Abyss is definitely the pirate ships that were here. The station itself looks like it's taken a pounding too, but it looks like all of the pirate ships here basically got shredded.
Makes sense.
All right, Ryan. So 6 hours passes. Give me your jump to footfall.
Okay, so the first one is guessing the duration. That is a fail. No, actually, it's a pass. I forgot about something.
With the cauldron in the way, it's going to take about a week to get to footfall.
Is the cauldron actually in the way?
No, but you have to kind of, because of the currents coming off of it, it slows you down. There's no risk of hitting the cauldron, but it slows you down.
I was a little worried about, us actually potentially being able to hit. Okay, finding the Astronomicon. That's a reroll. It was actually only a degree of failure, but rolling a 99 is just ridiculous for me.
Yeah.
A degree of failure is as bad as I can do on finding the Astronomicon.
The cauldron flared up and blocked your vision.
No, it didn't. No, it definitely didn't. Four degrees of success.
So it did flare up and block your view, but then you realized you could actually look right through the heart of the cauldron and get a perfect view of the Astronomicon.
Awesome.
So give me a navigation.
This is checking for things in our way, right?
Yes. Chart the course.
Can't fail.
All right, so you succeed. So now give me a steering the vessel.
Okay. Let me figure out what I'm rolling against real quick.
That reminds me. We did rule in canon that I just plain forgot my cannon.
Yes, your cannon went boom.
And then, didn't you succeed in getting him a new one?
We did.
We did.
4 degrees of success.
Okay.
Alright, so
because that was the night that I was like half asleep for the majority of the session. So I'm just trying to remember what happened.
Yeah,
With
that's
an 81, by the way.
All right, so all is well on the trip to Footfall. and bring us out of warp at Footfall, sir.
Can't fail.
So your ship jumps out of warp at Footfall. As soon as your sensors recalibrate, they are greeted with a lot more traffic than normal. I mean, Footfall is always a busy place, but holy shit. The other thing that you note on your sensors that's very interesting is the ships are using a jump beacon outside of the system, basically. Like, you're seeing a lot of ships jump in, cool their drive cores at this beacon, and then jump on.
Okay.
No, Stephanie recognizes the call signs these ships are using. All of the ships, well, the majority of these ships are actually running under your house's flag.
Um.
And they're not warships, they're transport vessels, although there are some light cruisers acting as pickets between the system and the jump point.
How many of them are there?
There are 3 light cruisers acting as pickets.
Okay, and are they between us and the station?
No, basically the way this works is normally ships come out right at the edge of a system. So you guys came out at the normal point at the edge of Footfall. These ships are using a warp transmitter basically to home in on another location significantly further out from Footfall. That's where the transports are coming out of warp. The light cruisers are between Footfall and this new jump out point.
And the transports are not coming anywhere near Footfall. They're basically just waiting and then jumping.
Yes, they jump out, cool their drive core, and then jump again.
Okay, so we're gonna go towards Footfall.
As you start making your approach from Footfall, you get a transmission incoming from Footfall's controls.
Okay.
Do you answer it?
Yes.
Yeah, you get Gallia's voice. Where the fuck are you? Did you take my fucking ship all the way to the Eye of Terror and back? Dock your damn ship and get in here.
And I'm assuming she hangs up before I can even say
Yes.
anything. She's just gonna sigh.
I rolled to see if there's any chatter in the sigh waves.
Boy, is there ever. There's a shit ton. There's too much to pick out any single transmission coming in and out. Both the ships at the edge of the system are transmitting, and Footfall is constantly transmitting.
Well, Captain, something's going on.
No shit.
What's going on? As I walk in.
Okay, I need to go get ready. Fill him in. Or fill her in as I walk back to my quarters to go grab all my notes and shit.
Well,
So-
she's not in a good mood. That means this will be great.
So your ship is directed to a docking slip. As you pull in, good news, you actually see a very familiar cruiser there that's looking in a lot better shape than the last time you saw it.
That's good.
The engines seem to have been fixed. All of the weapons have been rebuilt. The macro batteries. The bow does not have the lance battery on it anymore. However, it is fully repaired. It is now an armored prow, and you can see torpedo launcher holes in it.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
Sex.
that's the power of money. So who loves us this time?
You know, just looking at that, I'm thinking someone's either going to get fucked or actually laid. Totally in character.
Docked next to your cruiser is actually the battle cruiser that was heavily modified that belonged to your predecessor is docked there. You also see another cruiser you don't recognize, although it's obviously heavily modified as a rogue trader ship. And you also see the flagship of the Cronus Expanse fleet docked there.
Oh, damn.
So Stephanie, once she sees all of that, is gonna like have this look on her face, like shoot me now. She's like half glad to see the other ship there and whatever, and she's gonna start heading off the ship to go talk to Gallia.
So as you guys head up towards where Gallia's room is, you actually see both Aneris, the admiral, and Atellus, the Lord Governor, who is a friend of your predecessor, standing outside the door. You can hear Gallia just screaming at someone inside. The bits you can pick up are, "What the hell do you mean he's too busy to show up?"
So I just kind of walk up to them, sigh, and give them both a look of pity.
Atellus speaks up. Nice of you to to join us.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties and ended up near the Rifts of Hecaton, which is why we kind of had issues getting back here, by the way.
Yeah, the screaming temporarily stops. Then you hear Gallia's voice. "I have sensors in the entire damn station. All of you get in here."
I'm going to kind of look at both of them like, and I'm assuming their faces are about looking like mine. Like, do we really have to?
They both shrug and open the door and walk in. You see the second in command of your predecessor standing in there with Gallia just there's furniture thrown all over the room and Gallia is just fuming on her couch.
So I'm going to kind of look at her and make sure she's okay, make sure none of those actually connected.
Now it looks like she managed to avoid getting hit by any flying furniture. She looks at you. Nice to see you finally decided to join us.
Yeah, not entirely my fault. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I assume you all were there. You would have been instructed to come with, so.
Okay, I mean, but I'm gonna speak exactly as much as I already have, because this is exactly where Artur does not excel.
Gallia, by the way, looks at you, Nar. "What the hell have you been? We've been trying to contact you by astropath."
Yeah, well, we ended up out in the middle of nowhere next to the Rifts of Hecaton, so...
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, that's why you can reach us.
Tell me my ship's at least in one piece.
It is! It's not even scratched, thanks to our badass pilot.
Oh, good. Fantastic. I assume then you probably haven't actually heard the news, although I'm guessing your finances have shown it.
Yeah, my finances have shown it, and I've kind of seen the brigade outside.
Just, that's nothing. That's not why we were trying to contact you. She tosses a pad down on the table in front of you.
Okay, I slide it over to me and I'll look at it.
It's basically it's a newspaper article. The front page headline is, "Your scion is set to be married to Winterscale, joining the two houses into one."
She's just gonna let out a groan.
Guy's like, "Yeah. So congratulations, you're now officially a rogue trader without a house."
How in the... Well, at least they can't take my Ritter trait away from me, exactly.
No, they can just take all of your support away from you.
Yeah.
This explains much.
I'm actually going to look sideways. So this is bad news, but exactly how much support were we even getting?
A surprising amount, actually. There's people in my house that basically would what's my predecessor's name? Because she's not going to call him her predecessor, she's going to call him by name.
Irvin.
No, Irwin. Steve Irwin.
Itrius was his name.
It's all, they're going to honor what Itrius thought more likely than what necessarily the bitch's family would. It's the whole direct family wise, she was the one being groomed, but ultimately he has the say on who gets it, and most of them are going to honor that, basically, because he did leave it to me in writing.
Yeah, because the problem is what they're doing is managing to make this a moot point. by merging into one house, basically your scion is giving up rights to the writ of trade and merging the house into Winter Scales. So he will become the rogue trader of both families and therefore have access to the combined fleets and resources of both families. Hence the amount of ships currently out there giving me the middle finger.
I noticed. There's got to be some like not liking this. Okay, out of character. History between my family and Winter Scales, is there any?
There isn't one. Winter Scale is basically kept to the Cronus Expanse. Your family is from Inner Systems.
So, is there any word on how much of my family actually knows about this endeavor? Back in character.
Our best guess, they all know. That and the fact that there has been a surprising amount of random muggings that have turned into murders lately with some of the higher up members of your nobles. Specifically, the ones that would probably have objected to this merging.
I'm sure. She's a resourceful bitch, that's for sure.
Yes, and she's a resourceful bitch that's about to give Winter Scale twice the fleet of any of the rest of us.
Right. Okay, so any ideas?
Killer.
And the most fantastic part about this is none of us can do shit to him because the Court of the Stars rules say that we can't directly act against another.
Well, then it's lucky that you have me, at the very least, as outside. But what would we do in this situation, theoretically, if you could act?
Well, I can think of one thing that you might be able to do. Take as many resources as possible and liquidate them.
Would your supporters acknowledge the situation and help you do this? Seems like more spite than anything else.
Well, currently, she's still the rogue trader of her family until they're actually married.
Right. And the only flaw with that is I don't know how many of them are actually still alive. How many of my supporters are actually still alive as of this point. I'm going to turn to Galia. Do you have any idea?
I don't know how many would still openly support you. I do know that 3 days ago, there were 187 muggings that went bad into deaths in your upper house nobles.
Yeah, I thought as much.
They planned this for a while.
Yeah, and then they acted out of nowhere, and, I was busy doing other things.
You hear Atellus clear his throat as all of you are talking.
I'm going to turn around and kind of raise my eyebrow at him like, you have an input now?
Because
I'll
all
directly
of you
say
with me.
that means something, right?
Because all of you with me, and walks out the door.
Okay, I'm going to be the first one to follow.
Clink.
As will I.
The others kind of look at each other and end up following him. He walks you all to basically the most insane strip club on the station.
Go figure.
Fuck am I doing in here?
Having fun, shut up.
Says, okay, for fuck's sake. Looks at you. You are not some fancy predecessor. You're not your predecessor's whatever the hell. Looks at Galia. You're not a queen. Looks at Daenerys. You're not even an officer in the Imperial Navy. You know what we all are? Rogue traders. It's time we started acting like it. If Winterscale wants to drag us into the mud, I say we bury him in it.
Finally, someone that agrees with me. Kill the fucker.
Oh, this guy.
So, a smirk comes out of Stephanie at that.
You have a plan?
We can't directly kill him, much as I might like to because of the rules. However, he gave us a brilliant idea with what he already did to Stephanie. What is a rogue trader if not without their money? Let's hit the son of a bitch where it hurts.
That's brilliant.
Well, you want to ruin his supply and trade?
Yes.
Yeah.
Find everywhere he's getting his money from and fuck it up.
I'm
One
game.
aspect or
repurpose
another. Think about it. I'm gonna turn to Malika. Think about it. How would you get your guns? How would you get anything that you have if you didn't have what I have set up over the years?
Just find it at best. Look, that's why I said steal it. Why ruin it?
Exactly. We jack his trade routes like he stole yours. And the brilliant part is we have a easily deniable rogue trader that's not actually part of the Court of the Stars who has reason to stab him in the back without getting involved with us.
Right.
So we go after his sources of income, and how many of those ships of his do you think are actually loyal, and how many are just loyal to their paycheck? I'm wagering quite a lot of his fleet is going to tell him where to go fuck himself when he's not paying the bills anymore.
Right.
This is perfect.
Because he is getting money primarily from three sources: Lucian's Breath, Malazale, and Solaris Incarnus are his main cash cows, basically. If we fuck those up, he's screwed.
Repeat those again?
Lucian's Breath, Malazale, and Solaris and Carmine. Those are where his money is coming from. We screw up those colonies, he's fucked. He won't be able to pay the bills for his own fleet. And I somehow doubt many people in your family, Stephanie, are going to want to side with a broke rogue trader that can't even sustain his own fleet.
Yeah, so it wouldn't matter if they got married. There'd be no resources left for him to use.
Exactly. The other nobles in your family would annul the marriage and wouldn't allow it to go through because they wouldn't think they were gaining anything out of it. After all, I'm guessing most of them honestly couldn't give a shit whether you or your scion got the writ of trade, they just want to get richer.
Well, another thing that's excellent about it, he could not do the same back. Because for him to gain anything out of this marriage, he can't attack her supply lines.
Then I understand the brilliance.
Exactly. If you guys steal his supplies, he can't strike them back, or he'd be shooting himself in his own foot. It's brilliant.
About the only thing he could do is show up with an actual fleet.
With what money? Exactly.
In which case, we just leave and go somewhere else. And let him waste the money on hiring that fleet.
Exactly. It's brilliant. It's time we stop thinking like honorable, respectable members of society and start doing this like rogue traders.
I am totally assuming that space text messages exist. But why
You
the
can
hell
send
wouldn't they?
messages via microbead or through data slate.
But the microbead is talking, and
I'll be back. I'll grab a plate of food and go to the bathroom.
Voicing
What
it
are
to
you
the
about?
open air is not my intent.
Alright, 5-minute break then while Jer's getting food, guys. 5
Sounds
minutes.
good. I'll get
Okay.
you a snack.
Okay. Well then, AFK.
So Chris is leaning towards Hunter. Ryan, you actually know the setting. You have any preference you're already leaning towards?
Well, I'd have to go digging into the new WoD, like other races. Because remember, I've only really looked at the mortals. But I was thinking vampire because I do have a couple ideas for that. We'll see though.
Yeah, I think that would fit. It would fit your role-playing style. And new WoD I like because vampire is more free to do shit with rather than old WoD.
Yeah, where they were all involuntarily involved in this war.
Yeah, now there's no war, so it's more what do you want to do with your unlife.
Do you remember who all survived? Because I think it was Gangrel, Zamisi, Bruja, Venture.
Nora is ordering my pizza. I will look for you.
Because I think it's only like 5 of them, and I know Gangrel's one of them, which I totally fucking called.
Hey, Ryan,
Yes.
would you be able to find me a link that I can read up on everything, like just like brief descriptions?
For World of Darkness,
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find one. Honestly, I'm coming at this. I actually started role playing with a homebrew system, but the first official system I used was World of Darkness. But this was when I was like 12, 13, and I had the physical books for it. So it's going to take me a while to find like a SRD or something.
Yeah.
And I will find all the PDFs by next Saturday so that I can get them to everyone.
And probably before then, honestly. I'll nag him once he actually finds it to put it up.
Alright, Ryan, so the clans that are still around. Deva.
That's a new one.
Nosferatu.
He's flipping through the book.
Mekit survived.
Who?
There's a lot of new clans. So Deva survived. Deva new. Gangrel survived. Mekit anew. Nosferatu. Venture. And that's it.
Oh, so 3 of them survived. Nice.
Yep, 3 survived, 2 new ones.
I think I might have found the core rulebook for World of Darkness.
Which, by the way, is tiny. The core rulebook is actually quite small.
No, it isn't. The core rulebook's the same size as the player's guide for a D&D.
Oh, right. I mean, comparatively to the others, though, in my experience. At least I thought so.
And of course, you still have the paths, basically. Did they have the paths in the old world?
Yes. But just to show you, Blast from the Past.
I love that one. But yeah, they've still got Lankia, Septum, Unaligned, Auto Dracul, Circle of the Crone, Carthians, and Invictus as the 5 paths.
And back.
Yeah, this was printed in 2000.
What was?
Old World of Darkness. They're talking about World of Darkness because I'm ordering pizza.
Oh, yeah, Old WoD is. Well, it's not super old, but it's not exactly a young system.
Well, I was looking at my VTM book. Or Jason's old VTM book to give you an idea of how fucking old that is.
Yeah. Considering I was in either 7th or 8th grade when I knew it existed. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just asking the people that actually knew about WoD what race they were leaning towards.
I haven't given it much consideration. Probably not vampire because fuck daylight. Other than that, I know remarkably little of the races. Come to think of it, obviously there's werewolves.
Yeah, that's
And
why again next
can't play
Saturday.
mages.
Again, by next Saturday, I will have PDFs of all of them, and I will run through all the races with everyone. That way, you guys will have at least a week to think about your character before we start.
Right. Getting the actual race is not how I build the character. Actually getting a concept and going with it is the best way to go about it because it's not class based.
Yep.
Which is why it was my first system that I truly loved. Not
Yep.
including the one that we home baked, which was also not class based.
Because yeah, Ryan was talking about maybe doing vampire. Nara is going Geist, and Chris was talking about Hunter. So
Geist. What's that?
Geist is New World of Darkness. It's basically a mortal that when they died refused to actually die, and they refused so loudly a Geist or a really powerful ghost basically heard that and basically bargained with them. You will share your body with me, and I will keep you from dying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually just remembering that Wraith is a thing, but holy shit, that would be weird to handle.
Yeah, it's so Nara and I will basically be joint playing a character.
And yes, we can do it in whispers, but we're probably going to do a little bit of it, at least out and about, so that you guys can kind of see the dichotomy of my character and get amused.
Okay.
Yeah, the Geist she made a deal with is basically a Black Widow. She lured people into bed and then at the height of sex murdered them and then finally got murdered by somebody else during that after killing a lot of people. And that's now the spirit that's trapped inside Nora's character.
Oh boy.
Again, a Geist is a really powerful ghost that's capable. And the way the game describes it is it's not that they heal you, because a Geist is a spirit of pure death. It's more that they take death energy away from you. And therefore, the body's natural healing can heal. And they can accelerate it by basically ripping the life essence out of someone else.
Wow.
Yep.
So
and by the way,
that's
my character is like nothing like what the Geist is. So, because she started out as this journalist that basically started looking into the supernatural.
aha. Hey, that would explain your inherent curiosity and well, that would explain how quickly you determined, oh shit, I am not powerful enough to deal with all of this bullshit.
No, I died. That's the point. I got into a situation and I died.
Right.
Yeah, that's how she learned she wasn't powerful enough. She actually got caught in the crossfire between supernatural things. And then she got identified for her research skills because investigative journalist passed the test and got to be part of Lucifer's team, and that's what she's going to be on the team for.
Okay.
And don't worry about like what Lucifer saw in each of you. Just make the character you want to make. Again, the only requirement is that there has to be something in your character's past that would lend them to wanting to join a team like this, to realizing they couldn't just handle it themselves. I'll worry about what Lucifer saw in your character.
Besides which, he would probably be far more concerned about having a werewolf that will not tolerate vampires and just tear out their goddamn throat. It wouldn't work for the team. It would be working against the team.
Yeah, exactly. I will worry about what he saw in your character when you write them. Like, what did he see in them as being useful?
Oh shit, I forgot it. There's another one. An actual hunter.
Hold on a sec.
I'm back. Apologies for running late.
No worries. We're working on figuring out what we wanted for dinner anyway.
Okay. And then I were talking about cars. She got a new job, and so we're looking at getting rid of her 2001 Buick that's got more than a few issues with it.
Running on wishful thinking.
Yeah,
Pretty
my '07 Chevy Cobalt is kind of running on wishful thinking at this point.
It's had so many recalls that it's like we're nervous driving the thing.
Yeah.
Understand it. I upgraded to a 2002. It's fun.
It's the whole thing of it depends on the car. You know, I had to sell my Jeep, and I had a little Jeep Wrangler that was a 2000 and was running way better than Tyrion's, '07 Cobalt. And it
Fair.
was running fine when I sold it. The suspension got broken and I couldn't afford to repair it, and I couldn't afford to keep on the upkeep costs. So, yeah, I had to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the different clans of vampires in new mode. Venture have Annibalism and Dominate now.
Yes. Venture are fucking
Oh my.
powerful.
So they have all the mental control.
Yes. That's basically the Venture roleplay. They fuck with social situations. That's what they do. They
Yeah,
make
so they
everyone
have some,
dance to their little strings.
They'd like to have some Bruja or some. What is it? What's the ones with that could actually sleep in the soil and grow animal claws?
Gangrel.
Gangrel.
That's
They're
right.
still around.
Yeah, I always liked the Gangrel just because I feel like their philosophy and their place in the world was straightforward.
But in a mixed group, a lot of the characters that Gangrel makes sense for would make more sense as something else.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I think something like Avenger would bring a lot to a mixed group because vampires are better than anyone else at fucking with social situations.
And Adventure would make sense in a mixed group because they're not the best at fighting. So, hey, being able to hide behind that big werewolf when the bad things come is kind of useful. And
But
hell,
even
they
then, they can do
manipulate
shutdown
people.
mechanics on certain things. You have a crowd of 100 people that want to kill you. Presence. Intimidate the shit out of most of them.
I think Presence is gone,
Yep, presence is gone. It was considered overpowered.
Oh,
which is understandable.
yes. Which is why I used it as an example.
But yeah, I'm sure within a few weeks I'm going to regret doing this mixed campaign, but I'm an experienced enough DM. I think I can handle it.
Nope, there's totally a Presence. It's called Majesty. It's from Deva.
Oh.
Yes, but Deva have it, and Deva are actually a fairly weak clan in terms, all things considered.
Yeah,
Were
but
they
it's not.
from the old group?
No, they're a new one. But the important thing about Presence is it's no longer something that like half the vampire clans have.
Yeah, Jared. Also, I'm going to probably be available this week, so poke me when I'm online, and I will give you World of Darkness 101 because you are the person who's least experienced here. So I will give you World of Darkness 101 this week, okay? So just poke me when you see me on Discord.
And if you see me on Discord and not him, and you really want to talk that day, poke me and I'll yell at him to get on Discord. Okay?
I expect actual yelling.
But yeah, don't worry about it, Jared. I will completely fill you in before next Saturday on World of Darkness.
That's good.
Just double checking. It's not this upcoming Saturday, but the following one that we'll probably do our first session.
Yeah, this upcoming Saturday, I'm just going to have all the PDFs ready for you guys.
I will not likely be available on the 10th. Brother's in town.
Okay, well, I can just email you the PDFs. It's not, again, we're not going to start that week. I'm just having the PDFs ready by then, so I can just as easily email you the PDFs. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Well, next Saturday is going to be the 3rd. So, in other words, what Trevor's saying is he won't be there for the start.
Yes.
I see.
So we can always push it back one more week. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Rogue Trader, is we can run Rogue Trader until we're ready. So we could always just do... we could always just start the 17th with the new campaign. Hell, we could always start the new campaign next Saturday.
No.
Well,
Actually, that is a real question I'm asking you guys, whether you want to do that. I could have it ready by next Saturday. I know I could.
I will
The
not be
answer
able to have a
is-
character ready in that short of time.
I could, but then I wouldn't make the next session, which is still just session 2.
I think we should wait until after
I agree.
Trevor gets done.
All right, will
but-
everyone be available around the 17th?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay, so we'll just run the next 2 weeks. We'll just run Rogue Trader, and then the 17th we'll start the World of Darkness campaign.
I will say something that we could do if we're already at a good stopping point in Rogue Trader is we could actually set aside the 10th as a character building session where missing one person from that really is not a huge deal.
Actually, that's a great idea, Ryan, because we have to do backstories, how you guys each ran into Lucifer, what your tests were. That's actually a really good idea. And again, missing one person from that's not a big deal because it's not actually role playing it. But then everyone's character, I'll just get together with you, Trevor, sometime, not on the 10th, just any other time during the week, do the same thing with you. Everyone will be ready to go. Boom, 17th, we just start. How's that sound?
I am okay with this, actually.
All right, so the 10th will be a character building day. We will not actually be running the campaign. We will just be doing like little mini role plays, like how your character interacted with Lucifer, how you all started getting together as a team, your backstory, and the mechanics of rolling out the character for those that haven't done it.
Okay, I know I have these dates written on the calendar. I'm going to double check that so that I'm not just going off of a potentially faulty memory. Be right back to confirm that.
Okay. But yeah, I like this idea though, Ryan. That's a really good idea. That means when we do start the 17th, we just start because everyone's character's done and ready.
Sounds good to me.
And obviously, if I get this job, I'll have a schedule and we may have to reevaluate all of these dates. But
Right.
Yeah, and we figured out that he should usually be, even if for some reason he were to work today, he should usually be out by 5, so we might just have to push it back.
yeah, because the place I'm going to be working closes at 5, I work 5 minutes from my house if I get this job. So we would literally just push it back by like 30 minutes is all that would happen.
My dates are correct.
Nice.
So if I do get this job and they want me to work Saturdays, which they won't because Saturdays are a really good day for car dealerships, there's no way in hell they're giving a newbie a Saturday slot. Then at most we would just be pushing it back half an hour basically.
So starting more towards 6:37.
Yeah, that's assuming. I was just saying, if I get this job, we might have to reschedule all this, but I will let you guys know when that happens. For now, just bank on again. Next week we will have another Rogue Trader session, and I will have the PDFs ready for everyone. On the 10th will be character building for the World of Darkness, and then on the 17th we will be starting World of Darkness in earnest. Like we'll actually start the role playing then.
Okay.
And that gives me plenty of time to get maps ready, to basically get the characters set up. And yes, there are digital character sheets in Roll20 for all of the various races, although I have no fucking idea if I'm going to be able to do a mixed race that way because I have to pick a character sheet template when I make the game. And I just realized I don't know I'll be able to do that. We might be doing this one old school, boys.
Oh boy.
I'm okay with it.
We might have to do this old school with a pen and paper.
Oh shit.
I mean, that's how I'm playing Rogue Trader, so.
Yeah, and for those of you here, it's a significantly simpler system, World of Darkness is. It's far more about they even call it a storytelling system. It's about the story and it's about your character, not necessarily about the rules and the dice rolls. And it is a story-driven system, Jer. Like, like D&D is. So there will be a plot line. It won't be open world like this. It will be the world's ending from some sort of calamity, and you guys are the only ones that can save it.
Not only
We're
that,
screwed.
but everything is point buy. You don't throw dice, and everything is worth the same to your character versus other people. Granted, having a mage with high strength doesn't really get you as much as a werewolf with high strength, but it's not like an arch militant who's trying to play politics.
Exactly. So we will get this all set up. So anyway, that is in the future. We have our dates set. My calendar is set up now. I will let all of you know if anything changes in the meantime. But back to fucking up Winter Scale with a spike-covered dildo.
Cactus.
With those little tiny needles in it.
I feel
Now
like
we know
Winterscale
what's
has the
inside
advantage
the
here.
sensorium.
A catachan cactus?
Yes.
All right, so you guys, as we last left, were in the strip club with all of them.
And I just pitched the idea to retrofitting that ship with the resources we presently have. Just spitballing.
No,
Did
it
you
would take
s-
too long.
All right, you just texted that. You didn't say that out
Yeah.
loud.
Right.
Okay.
That was a text. Space text.
Space book.
I made the joke.
I like
No,
it.
no,
MySpace
he's
still
using
exists.
MySpace.
No. No, concerns about privacy and okay, I guess the Emperor's always watching.
Yeah, there is no privacy.
I know,
The Inquisition knows where you live.
but you fap too.
Don't worry, Malika. I've already hacked into all the showers in the women's washrooms.
God damn it, Krieger.
It's a 40k ship. What women's washrooms?
Fair enough.
Oh, I think my favorite is MySpace.
Right, the only one that didn't get changed.
Yep.
All right, so Gilead speaks. Just on the bright side, we got your cruiser functioning in the amount of time you guys were flying around. But in fact, it's working better than when you guys brought it in here. The shields actually work now.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
Someone pinch me. Am
Seriously,
I dreaming?
what idiots did you guys actually get to get that thing functioning last time?
To be fair, I had no contacts here when I first came here.
Oh,
They got paid back in karma, or worse.
Just we weren't able to completely get it back to the way you had it. Time constraints meant we used the parts we had available here rather than try to ship some in. I know you've already noticed the lance battery missing on your prow.
Yes.
Well, was shot to shit and just completely. Yeah.
Yeah, getting a cruiser-sized lance battery on a prow was not gonna happen. Bright side is, she looks over at the Lord Admiral. Thanks to some friends, a Imperial Navy shipment happened to get lost passing through the eye that contained an armored prow and torpedo launcher systems.
Ooh.
that's excellent.
Almost fortuitous find.
Yeah,
Almost worth the
it's
loss of the
just-
lance battery.
It's just convenient that, sometimes when they're passing through the eyes, shipments get hijacked.
So never let a candle burn down too high.
Oh,
Womp womp. Well, it
hopefully
seems
you
we
don't set
have.
off your smoke alarms.
Well, it seems we have a plan. It seems we have a broad goal and resources for now. But what is the plan?
I'll be AFK for a minute here.
And I'm making notes about the new improvements to our ship at the moment.
That little snap.
Oh, Santa Claus?
Yeah.
It just seemed appropriate in light of the conversation.
Oh yeah.
In case you were wondering what happens if you let a candle burn down too far.
Lovely.
That
Good
reminds
job.
me, I should let it.
Chris, remember what happened last time when we put too many matches in the candle?
Yeah, that has never happened again.
Okay.
What happened?
I referenced the story. That is all.
Hey, Ryan, remember the text I told you asking if we had fire insurance?
Oh, yeah. And then I came home and there was a burn spot on the floor.
Because the candle glass exploded from the amount of heat that multiple sticks
I
had
was in the bad
generated.
habit of every time I lit a candle, I would extinguish the match in the wax and just leave it there. So eventually, all of the matches caught fire at once, and it just created an inferno in the candle jar. The glass got so hot that it exploded.
Damn.
See, that's pretty much what happened here because of how this candle was built. It was actually built with a wood wick that was maybe an inch wide.
Oh shit! That would do it.
So once the wax ran out, you had this column left on the bottom.
A torch.
Yeah, and it bang. Scared the bejesus out of me when it happened right next to me.
Good job,
Wait.
Ryan.
The glass exploded?
Let me go grab that plate again.
And change out of his brown pants.
Do you see this?
See, look at this.
That's crazy. You're lucky it didn't shatter more than that.
Yeah, I mean, there was no real small pieces. The smallest piece is still like the size of a finger.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was somewhat startling.
Just a little.
More than a bit.
And then the smoke alarm. It's like, fuck!
Fuck off, smoke alarm, I'm busy.
So I went and unplugged it.
All right. So first off, I need to switch your ship out because she is repossessing your cruiser, your frigate.
And then I want to roll for better crew on my
Honestly, we can handle having low-level crew for the majority of functions, but for things like backup navigator or scanner tech, we should hire specialists.
We also probably need to make multiple recruiting missions just to get the amount of staff on this boat.
Indeed.
Yeah, because I have to restaff it anyway. Because there was no staff alive on it.
Yeah, no, your ship was empty. Again, whether they were all killed on it or whether some of them survived, you don't know. But your ship is sitting there empty.
So I learned something today. You can mute tabs in Chrome.
Yes.
Nice.
It's so nice. When there's random ass ads playing in the background that you can't find the mute button for.
Yep.
So I failed my roll unless I got, depending on my pluses or minuses. If it's just straight.
Well, you're rolling at footfall, so it's just straight.
So yeah, I failed the... I failed the acquisition.
And that's looking for standard crew.
I can at least look for engine sears.
I
Yeah.
won't pretend to know anything other than
So,
my thing, so I guess I will look for security teams.
so I can roll again, but at a -10, right?
Not for the same thing.
Not for the same thing, because we need general people. Because I just failed my roll for general people.
Then
But
your
here's the
navigator.
question: did you roll for the upgraded crew or standard crew?
I was going for 40 crew.
Okay,
Then
so
you can
can
roll
for
again for
30.
idiots.
Yeah, you can roll for 30 or 50 crew still.
Yeah, you can either go for really good guys or lower guys. Basically, what you're doing is, okay, so the crew skill you were looking for is not there,
You
But-
can't find the people you want at the price you're looking.
but you can
Remember-
try to see.
Remember, though, crew is generally at least considered common, like plus 30.
Yeah,
Okay.
So with that, did you still fail the first roll?
No.
Okay.
Because we didn't do the right math because Tyrion said I was rolling straight. Profit factor.
yeah, you were rolling straight, no modifiers for footfall, is what I was saying.
Yeah, crew is plus 30, generally speaking.
Yes.
Okay, so I rolled a 32 for that.
So you nailed it. So
Okay.
yeah, we got the 40 crew.
So you have a 40 crew on your entire ship. You can now attempt to find individuals that are better if one of you wants to go to your particular area and try to recruit someone to be like a team lead or something. You know, Ryan can try to find a backup navigator. Chris can try to find an engine seer.
I think we'll
Yes.
do
Yes.
this. What kind of what's the difficult? Like, how does that one work? Because I am not familiar with recruiting individuals.
Well, your
Basically-
difficulty goes way down, right?
Well, it goes down, but then it goes up by how skilled you want them to be. And effectively, you simply tell the DM how skilled you want them, and I set a difficulty based on where you are. So, like, if you were on, let's say, an agricultural world, trying to find an amazing navigator would be very difficult. But finding one on footfall would be easier.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for a navigator, a 50 base navigator. Let's put it that way.
Okay, are you caring if he is from one of the noble houses or one of the rogue houses?
I'm totally cool with a rogue house navigator.
Then you are looking at a plus 20 to your profit factor to find this 50 navigator.
Ha! Meat.
Then you
Oh
found
no,
your
2 degrees of success. Ah,
Alright. Well, 2 degrees of success means you found your navigator, and he's actually from one of the respectable houses.
And by the way, don't forget our profit factor is 24, not 29. If you guys didn't change it.
yeah, I rolled a 24. That's why I thought meat, and I was like, wait.
Plus
But-
20
I will do
because
this.
you're at football. So,
I
Chris,
will attempt the same for a engine seer to take over when I am away.
do you care if he is if you can vet him?
Yes, I would like him to be vetted.
Okay, then you're rolling at straight profit factor.
Veteran?
1 degree of success. Or no, sorry, 2 degrees of success.
What did you roll?
1.
Okay. Then yes, you managed to find one, and he's even got a nice work history of serving in the Imperial Navy honorably.
Good job.
Oh, good. Somebody with a better work history than me.
Pretty much.
So you guys mark down for each of your departments that you have that guy as your backup.
Nara's in charge of personnel.
No, you're in charge of your own personnel. You realize I have 5 separate sheets of paper in front of me, right? The least you can do is keep track of one dude in your respective area.
I would like to make a second acquisition roll for an HR director.
No,
Don't
see,
make
that
them.
would be a seneschal, and no one wanted to play that. So
You get Pam from Archer.
We could still hire one, though.
No.
The captain said no.
And no.
doesn't want a seneschal.
Darian and I had this discussion when I made this character, and Yeah, no.
Because I told her the same thing. I'm like, you can roll for an NPC Seneschal. She's like, no, my character wouldn't. And I'm like, okay.
Okay.
As useful as it
Wow.
would be, like out of character knowledge, it would be very, very nice to know. But she, on principle, she would not roll for a seneschal unless
Yep.
she felt like she had no choice, and she has not had that situation come up yet.
So any of you can roll for a pilot, basically.
Do I take a negative if I roll because I rolled for crew?
Yes, you would take a negative 10.
Send Jeremy.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
All right, Jerry, you're gonna go basically try to flit your way into a pilot's pants.
No, I don't have enough fellowship for that.
Womp womp. Use the tits.
So you're going for a plus 10 pilot? Sorry, a 50 pilot like the others were looking for?
Yeah.
All right, are you caring if he has a respectable work history that you can verify?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right, you're rolling at straight profit factor then.
And
That'd
I'm
be the
doing the same
24?
for muscle and security.
All right, so you're looking for like a second in command of the security forces?
Right.
Same thing. Are you looking for someone with a background you can verify?
Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't trust them.
I was
Okay,
gonna say
so
you
you're
get
rolling
us
at
to
straight
go.
profit factor too.
Yeah, I
22.
mean, mercenary. Hiring a mercenary, you want to make sure that they're reputable and honorable.
Sorry, Joe, what was that?
Rolled a 22.
All right, so that's a pass. So you guys have a 50 pilot. Somebody make a note of that.
See, I will make a note of the pilot.
And Trevor, what is your role for trying
I think
to
you're just
find a
prejudiced against mechanically gifted individuals.
And yeah, your new hire has a basic combi tool and stuff. He's an engineer and a fairly decent one because he's a 50. So
So what do we get? We got a pilot, a navigator, and an engine seer so far, and a security since you rolled a 23.
yep. So you guys have a second in command of your security at 50.
Totally just lost one of my die.
Well, I managed to finish my beer and retrieve my die, so all is well on this end.
All right, so your ship is now crewed and has a decent supply of people, although less than a full supply of torpedoes because you got cheated.
Well,
She shortchanged you and didn't fully stock the torpedo bay.
so it goes.
Bakers can't be choosers.
It's basically it's like a little over half stocked effectively. So congratulations. After all that, you are now officially back in your ship.
Yay.
Smells like home.
Yeah, except there are a bunch of other engineers running around, so everything's not quite the way you like it.
Oh god. People you don't know.
First thing I'm gonna do is roll science on it.
Everything seems perfectly fine.
And fail epically.
Good job.
Should ask your new head of security to lead a survey and see if we can find that damn demon.
Still can't survey a ship this large.
Are you sure?
Yes. Almost 100,000 people. Remember?
Well, can we at least put up like "see something, say something" posters?
Because that's a good idea.
Because you want to take how much of a penalty to your morale?
Right?
I know. I totally agree with our past experiences. It's just, can I just go on record as saying I don't like the current situation?
If,
Yeah,
if your character asks that in person, you do actually get hit on the shoulder and called a doofus.
I've been called worse.
I'm shooting from the hip.
I hear you're quite good at it. And no, don't ask what I intended by that.
Wait, you're going for a double entendre?
No. But I imagine some might think I was.
All right, so you guys were in the middle of an endeavor. Are you actually going to continue that and try to set up your trade route while you're here at Footfall?
That'd be optimal. However, if the captain wants to begin exacting her vengeance on the Winterscale family, then that's
We
the
need
captain's
money.
order.
So if it's reasonably simple to find somebody to help us set up our trade route, since most of the people under Gallia are usually pretty good.
Yeah, a large-scale trade route like this, you would actually go through Gallia and Footfall.
So I'm gonna probably go mention to her before we head out to do our thing. Hey, speaking of I'm assuming she's a little more calm now, so I'm gonna go back to talk to her. It's probably been a couple days.
Yeah, it's been a good week while you've been recrewing your ship and starting to put your baubles back where they're supposed to be.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to her and I'm gonna talk to her and see how she's doing.
Oh, I do want to make an acquisitions roll. I will tell you see. It's very rare. It's a personal acquisition. What does this mean? Oh, it's also power armor Tyrion.
So very rare here starts at negative 10%. You only want one, so that's plus 30%. So you're sitting at a plus 20
Okay.
for
I will
common
throw that-
quality.
I will throw that in a moment. I need to find the other power armor that Ryan was talking about some time ago.
All right, so now she's much calmer.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk in and I'm gonna say before I head out, I'm finally getting everything in order, although it's probably gonna take another week for everyone to get settled. So I figured I'd come talk to you about this. When we were on our really annoying jaunt over to find out more about the like flashing light things and whatever, because I'm assuming I told her about that. I think I did.
Did you tell her about that?
I'm trying to remember.
Like, as of right now,
How he's phrasing it, he's basically asking you, did you tell her? Yes,
Yeah,
no.
I
yeah,
got that.
you guys didn't say either way last time. So how much have you told her about your whole jaunt to Jerizal, Aubrey's Anvil, down to Cerida Prime, all the fun jaunt you guys just went across the galaxy?
So I'm gonna tell her about, now that we're basically alone, I'm gonna tell her about the weird drones at Aubrey's Anvil and the fact that we kind of looked more into them to start investigating them, and that's why we started going over towards we started basically following breadcrumbs and ended up over in the Seven Dooms area. And then we ended up with some bad navigation rolls, ending up in a system that's right next to the Rifts of Hecatan. And I found a very valuable planet in that area and would like to start the process of claiming it and setting up a mining world in that system.
Jared, I can't find anything about that, so unless you can find something. And Nora, she says, huh, up near Cerida Prime and stuff, huh? Find anything interesting up there, did you?
Quite a few things.
Interesting region up there. I'd be careful about exploring too much up there. You might piss certain people off. Now, about your new world, how close to Rifts of Hecatan are we talking?
I'm gonna unroll my map, or not unroll, but bring up my map on my tablet and show the area basically. So
I'm assuming you brought Ryan's character along since he actually has the navigation locations for this place.
yeah,
Congratulations, Navigator. You're now a pawn in a trade war.
But am I not? That's what navigators do.
and you usually come with me when I'm talking to all these people anyway.
I did.
So she looks at you, Ryan. How much interference are we talking from the rifts there?
It's It's not too bad as long as you're actually near the location itself. Going much further would get dangerous, however.
All right, so we'll definitely have to make sure the ship uses a proper navigator and doesn't run computers.
Yes, definitely.
Is there enough? She looks back at you, Stephanie. Is there enough flora and fauna on that world to actually make a viable colony? Or are we gonna have to ship stuff in?
There's fresh water, and there's a decent amount of poisonous plants, and we couldn't get very much about what was in the oceans, but there were a decent amount of mammals and stuff in the oceans, but nothing really online. Go ahead, Ryan.
So we got soil samples, right?
Yeah, we didn't check on those.
Yes.
So what were
Well,
the
it's-
results?
The soil is actually quite rich there. You could grow crops on this world.
Awesome. How's the water? Is it too saline, too pH? Is it toxic?
It's water. You filter it.
Yeah, you'll need.
Fair
to
enough.
filter.
I forget
The
about
ocean is,
the
of course, salt water.
terraforming. I forget about terraforming technology.
Even
Yeah,
modern
Just basic
times.
filtration.
Well, even modern times, you can do evaporation and condensation.
Hell, you can do radiation filtering.
Well, radiation filtering is about killing, microbes, but you can just distill water.
And then filtering radiation out. Even that's possible.
Well, distilling it will do that too.
Okay, you're not wrong.
But the oceans are salt water. The fresh water would need to be filtered, but it's definitely usable.
Awesome. So we have an extremely habitable world.
So yeah, I'm gonna relay all of that. The soil is really rich. We'd have to set up agriculture and whatever, but there doesn't seem to be any large fauna or anything on the surface. The only ones that we found were in the ocean. There's a decent scattering of trees. There's a couple poisonous plants that I've made note of, but they're only poisonous if consumed.
All right, what's the value in the world? Obviously, it's not going to be a major hub of location, so
It has lots and lots of minerals, specifically a lot of gold.
useful for a lot of technology. Gold's fairly valuable.
In platinum as well.
Yeah, lesser deposits of platinum were what you guys discovered. She says, okay, that's pretty valuable for cogitators and things of that nature. Tech runs using things of that nature. The Mechanicus, I'm sure, would be willing to purchase it for their worlds. Says, all right, are you going to want me to run the world, or are you just wanting a backer in this?
Out of character, what do you guys think?
Sorry, it's only paying half attention. They ask
Sounds
what
like
question?
our time and attention is going to be occupied soon, so we probably want to have a middle manager that we can rely on to make things get done.
True, but we also have there's middle managers, and then what she's saying is, she sets it up and runs everything.
So mechanically, what this is going to be is, if you agree, she will basically buy the rights to the world from you. You guys will get a one-time increase to your profit factor that will never go any higher. Like, you will get X amount of profit factor from this trade. If any of you have read the stuff about setting up a colony, as a colony gets more and more developed, you actually get more and more profit factor from it. That will not happen. If you take the colony yourself, you will get less profit factor right now, but as the colony grows, you will get more and more and more profit factor from it.
Personal vote? Go for the long game. I want to read that planet's rewards.
Actually, if we really want to focus on this side job, I think the one-time increase is probably desirable. Because this might tie us up and can't be a distraction if we're trying to run it ourselves. But that's my thoughts.
It's not like we're going to be doing the trade route and actually transporting the goods ourselves. we're going to be setting up contracts to do that, if that makes sense. We're
That
basically
does make sense.
contracting it to people to set up, take agricultural resources there, and basically we would be involved in that paperwork wise. Does that make sense? We're not like actively taking something and moving it. You know what I mean?
So maybe we should be hands-on for this.
But the thing to keep in mind, if we just sell this information, we're done with the endeavor. We don't have to do anything else.
Yeah.
There's no other steps. Otherwise, we need to find a path, set up a colony. Like, there's a lot to do to get anything out of it. Because until we do all of that, we get nothing. If we sell it, we get stuff now.
True, but we get less stuff overall.
So how soon do you want to jump into this winter scale battle? Are we going to lose resources and therefore profit factor in the near future?
Well, one thing I would like to say is the we get less stuff overall argument sort of depends, because the only thing you really get out of profit factor is the rolls that you make on it, which means that if we have a long enough gap in time where we're not making any sort of bonus to the to our acquisition rolls, then that for entire duration of time, this thing has done nothing for us. So even if later on it's larger, that that doesn't help us until it gets there. So it's that for that whole duration of time we get nothing.
So you're speaking of opportunity cost. Basically, we sell our rights now, and then we go on to something else that's profitable. And in the long run, we may still end up with more profit because we can start working on something else. I say we go for the short game on this, and we can leverage that into trying to defeat Winterscale while we still have access to the support and profit factor from your house. It's about leveraging the right assets at the right time.
Okay, fair point. Yeah, I agree.
I say we sell the coordinates and the rights to establish a colony.
Okay.
Agreed.
I'd agree.
All right, so
So
is that
that's she's. I guess I will hand it over to her to take care of, and then basically I'll sell it to her as a.
so? Noah, give me a charm roll because that's how your character gets everything done to see how good of a deal you manage to get on these rights.
So what do I roll? What modifier or any modifier?
Just give me your charm roll. She's actually pretty good at reading people, but also kind of likes you. All right, so that is enough. So you get 7 profit factor from this.
Not a bad take.
And your hands are clean of the Midas system. You have no rights to it anymore. You've officially transferred them all over to Gallia.
So, time for an out-of-character question. What is the maximum amount of profit factor you can actually get from setting up a colony? Going to be like 10?
I'm pulling up the Stars of Inequity, which has the advanced rules for colonies.
Oh, geez.
As soon as it finishes downloading, because apparently I forgot to download Stars of Inequity.
Funny note, people. So, because we gain profit factor, if there is anything you wanted to roll for, even if you've already rolled for it, you're no longer at a penalty.
Yep.
Because we go up to 31.
Yeah, we just got an increase. We could have gained 1 profit factor, and technically we could have re-rolled because it's just we gain profit factor, therefore everything gets reset.
Okay. Well, in either case, I'm still debating between power armor versus heavy power armor.
So I did, by the way, start looking into what a military-grade power supply does for power armor.
Yes.
Military ones do not lose power unless they are damaged.
What?
They do not lose power. So they don't have a battery, they have a power generator.
That's ultimately what I care about.
Some kind of nuclear power source that this, unless the casing is cracked, this will never conceivably run out of power.
Yeah, like a Fallout fusion core.
Right, well, if I can get one of those bad boys, then I sure as shit want power armor, because the battery on that is 1d5.
Tell me about it.
Well, there
Hours.
is another heavy power armor in one of the other books that has a default duration of 24 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. Artificial or artificers armor, whatever it's called.
No,
I was
it's
looking at heavy power armor.
Yeah, that's the one.
It is
So-
12 hours.
12
That
hours.
military grade one. I'm assuming that's fairly rare.
Well, it's not in any of the Rogue Trader books. So that's the problem. Like, I had to go digging, and basically Space Marine power armor, which is military grade power armor, does not run out of power. Sister
So-
armor also does not run out of power, so they can make it normal human sized.
Yeah, that's not the carapace plating, which is
Correct.
why Space Marine armor is so amazing.
So it is not the black carapace. It's not part of that because the Sisters of Battle don't have that. But they do still have an unlimited power supply.
Yeah, and from what reading I did, I can still dodge wearing light and standard power armor, not heavy power armor.
And light does not increase your size,
Correct.
which is why I have some.
It also increases your strength by only 10.
Yep,
Still.
while you're wearing it.
Well, yeah, but the heavy power armor includes things like full stabilization and like a whole bunch of shit. Like, seriously, with the heavy power armor, you can fire a heavy bolter on the run.
Hold that thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to reconnect to Discord because I cannot understand anyone.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm hearing everyone fine, so it's him.
And light power armor is human size, right?
No. Wait. I don't know.
Which one is the human size one?
Like they're all human size. They don't make it for anything but humans.
I thought
Well,
the heavy
I meant,
power
like-
armor made you a size category larger and you couldn't dodge anymore.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Well, I'm talking about like visually. Like, is light power armor? Do I look like Master Chief?
Light power. You've seen the Sisters of Battle?
No.
Okay. Seriously, open a Google image, Sisters of Battle.
Give me a second, guys. Hold on. It's gonna hiccup for a second.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good.
Oh.
Oh,
There's
okay.
some badass bitches.
That's light power armor.
Okay, that's when I when I acquired my light power armor. That's what I was hoping it'd look like. Like,
Yeah.
not exactly like that, but it'd be that size.
It is absolutely the same style. But you are not exactly a walking building.
So, finding
No,
a
that's heavy
military power source is definitely going to be difficult. They're not going to be available for standard purchase. You guys are going to have to go to the black market to get a hold of these.
Alright, so in that case, wait. Well, I guess I would still have to find a suit that has that in it, because otherwise I'm looking at replacing where you would put the damn battery with an actual fucking power source.
And you said Footfall was minus 20 on normal acquisitions, right?
Footfall, we've been rolling as just normal for acquisitions. Like, it just rolls
Okay.
as standard. It's plus 20 at Damaris for non-black market shit.
Okay.
Black market shit at footfall. If that makes
Yes, there's no bonus to your rolls here, but this is where the black market operates out of. You're actually able to try to find crap like that here, whereas at Damaris, you're just not going to find it.
Finally got my Almanac Astray Divinitas with
Congratulations.
3 degrees of success.
Damn.
All right, well, I'm gonna look to the captain. Well, I don't know. Would I know? No, I wouldn't.
So, Trevor, first we'll deal with Trevor. Are you actually attempting to find one of these black market power armors with a military grade power source?
Yes.
Alright, so first off, just give me a profit factor roll with no modifiers.
Oh, I forgot to modify this. It's a 31, right?
Yeah.
We have a okay. Well, that settles it. I threw an 89.
So not only do you not find anyone to sell this, but you think you might have attracted somebody saw you asking questions about the black market. They didn't confront you and they kind of just disappeared, but somebody saw you asking questions trying to find this kind of stuff.
Shit.
Which actually might be a good thing.
Maybe.
My turn yet?
Jerry, you're trying for this black market power armor too?
Well, I already have the power armor. I want to see if I can get military supply retrofitted to it.
Yeah, you're still gonna need
Wow.
to find somebody black market to see if you can. Basically, you're looking for a heretic, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
So first off, start by just giving me your standard profit factor roll, no modifiers.
That's a fail.
By how
Nobody
much?
ever thinks to ask me for
1
tech-related
degree.
things.
Honestly,
Alright, so-
go ahead.
So no one notices you looking around, Jer, but you can't find it. You just doesn't seem like anyone's selling it.
So, Chris, as a tech priest, you would be like, fuck, no, never. You're messing with power armor. That shit's probably like 6,000 to 8,000 years old.
And sacred.
Oh, yeah.
It's true. Fucking it up is just appalling.
Alright, so neither of you finds it. Again, Jared, nobody seemed to notice you looking. You actually found the black market. It's really hard to come by. Basically, somebody tells you the only time that stuff ever shows up on the market is when somebody kills a Sisters of Battle and strips the corpse, basically.
I'll just have to check again.
Right. Gotta kill the Sister of Battle and strip the corpse. Wait, did I
Yeah,
say
go
that
pick a
aloud?
fight with the Sisters of Battle. Let me know how that turns out.
I do have a Storm Bolter. And if I
They
can find
have better.
one, I know.
How many
Well-
how many flamers do they get?
Well,
Enough to
not
describe it.
only, remember, not only do you have to kill the Sister of Battle, you have to kill the Sister of Battle without doing too much damage to the power armor. Because if you just hose down a Sister of Battle
Yeah.
running power armor with a Stormbolter, that power armor is not going to be functional.
You're right. Gas attacks.
Yeah, remembering the Sisters of Battle in lore have gone blow for blow with the Space Marines and actually come out on top a couple of times.
Wow.
Are the Sisters of Battle generally considered their equal as far as a military deployment? Probably not as many sisters as there are Space Marines.
Like, part of it is just they're so fanatical
Right.
that
They're actually
they
more
tend to
terrifying than
just
Space
keep
Marine.
killing you.
I've said it once before, and I'll say it again. Sisters of Battle make even the Ultramarines go, whoa, what the fuck? Chill.
Yeah, these girls are insane.
Meanwhile, the Space Wolves, who, even though they're spoiling for fights and they're basically space Vikings, are probably the most compassionate towards humanity. Look at the Sisters of Battle and go, ah, god damn it, it's them again.
Yeah, the Space Wolves are fucking awesome. Like, if you read the lore, they're the only Space Marines not Chemgeld for one thing.
They're hilarious. And they're just gloriously over the top.
And they've invented an alcohol that's so strong, it actually can overwhelm a Space Marine's ability to purge toxins.
Yep.
Right.
What?
And the
Damn.
thimble
Because they
kills a
want to be
person
able to get
on
drunk.
physical contact with skin.
Yeah, because they wanted to be able to get drunk, but all Space Marines automatically have an organ that purges toxins. So they had to brew an alcohol so powerful, it overwhelmed that.
It's more powerful than straight alcohol. It's better air quotes than
Yeah, there's
moonshine.
actually a poison in it that basically numbs that organ so that it doesn't purge it. because they wanted to be able to have keggers and get laid.
I said compassion. I'm not wrong. They still
All
have
right.
emotions, man. All right.
So
Well, since I
anyway-
can't have my black market shit, I guess I'm going to go for. Damn it! Now I'm back to that problem of getting either a heavy armor or standard power armor. Brr. I have a good question for the tech priest, though, and I will approach him. So, Artur, got a question for you regarding some power armor I've been considering. Don't suppose there's a way you could modify a battery pack to be better off than that piece of shit it could be?
If the parts existed, I think I could do it. We, you should probably keep that quiet though.
What?
One's not supposed to mess with ancient technology.
It's a battery pack.
I don't know if you understand technology or the machine spirits, but the teaching is that the knowledge of the ancients is infallible.
But put it bluntly, I grew up on a damn planet that's full of animals and plants that eat people. Technology is your thing, so I'll take your word for it.
It is something that can be done. Just don't advertise it to the larger population abroad.
And this conversation didn't happen. Knowing. Wink. Like, obviously, obnoxiously so. So, I guess before I pick up any power armor, I'm willing to go toying around with battery packs.
Sorry, was that a question directed at me? I missed it.
That was a question directed at Artur. Are you willing to toy around with battery packs? Basically to either make it more standardized or just get more juice out of it. Because the way battery packs currently operate, it's you throw a 1d5, that's how long it operates. So basically, oh, my battery pack is suddenly dying. Gee, I wish I knew that it would be at 20% an hour ago.
Of course, I know all the rituals and methods to coax the machine spirit to cooperate longer.
So all we need is some battery packs.
Where are we headed?
Yes.
Where are we headed? Yes.
I was responding to Chris's text message.
Ah,
Also, yes.
So, what is your plan? Like, are you while you're here? Are you looking up any information on those three worlds? Are you looking into your databases? What? That you guys got the names of three planets that are supposedly Winter Scale's primary methods of money.
So I'll go into on my way out, basically from talking to Galia. I'll probably stop by her library or whatever if I have access.
You'd need to get permission from her, basically, to go into the librarium.
Okay, I'm gonna ask her for permission. Hey, can I look up information on the worlds that of Winter Scale's worlds so that I don't go in totally blind?
I have a better idea. Why don't you just ask me your questions rather than going into my librarium?
Okay, well, is there anything specific you can tell me about these worlds? And more to the point, what's your ideas for and how does he get his profit through them?
Well, Solaris and Carmine is a pleasure world, although I'm sure you already knew that. I don't know how he gets so much money out of there, honestly, but he does. Like, far more than he should be able to get out of a pleasure world, so your guess is as good as mine. Melziel is a prison world. It's a penal world. He basically gets paid to make people go away that the Imperium doesn't want to know about. Because it's in the Cronus Expanse, it's a prison world that is even more difficult to know anything about than a standard prison world. So he tends to make people disappear there that probably wouldn't have actually been convicted at trial.
Ah, enemies.
And Lucian's breath is a hellhole of a damn planet. Hold on, we have pizza.
Win. Well, but
Just
yes,
finish
I mean, Artur is not only knowledgeable in matters of tech, but also pretty good in the scrap.
By the way, Chris, something you would actually know is that basically, if you got caught tampering with tech, that's basically the equivalent of everyone else getting caught doing stuff the Inquisition would be pissy at.
Yeah.
Only your Texacists, and yes, they're called Texacists, are really less forgiving than an Inquisitor is.
Right, which is why we never had that conversation. But this has not been obvious, but Artur is in fact a heretic.
Yeah, I was just letting you know again, if you got caught doing it, it's not good.
That's why he was made very explicitly clear, like, it can be done. It's not supposed to. We didn't have this conversation.
And my intention is to use this in a nasty scrap with, well, basically winter scale stuff.
And by the way, Chris, your answer to your question, sorry, I didn't see it until later. No, you didn't get an ammo backpack for the current plasma cannon, just a standard ammo for it.
Then I would like to make an acquisition roll during this week that we are in Footfall.
Okay. And Trevor can make your acquisition roll for a standard set of power armor while I go get pizza.
Done.
Ryan, do you know what our modifiers might be for such an item?
For what?
I'm trying to replace the ammo backpack that I lost.
Oh, that all?
It's not exactly fancy, but it's pretty darn useful. So
Yes. Give me a minute. What's the rarity on it? Do you not
you
know?
do research.
Oh God, fine. I'll do the research for you.
Yeah!
I just
30.
don't know where the section is in the book. I already have it open somewhere.
Okay, backpack power pack is rare.
I rolled a 4, so I think I found it.
You rolled a 4?
I rolled a 4.
I'm still okay with my bare success. Actually, wait, no, that's by 2 degrees, because my initial roll was at plus 20.
Chris, you were rolling against a 61.
Well, now I wish I'd tried something a little harder, but oh well. Like a turbocharged ammo backpack or something.
It has a litany handwritten by the Emperor on it. I don't know.
All right. By the way, Ryan, I was looking up the into the storm. Do you actually know how the advanced colony mechanics work?
No.
So just so you guys are all aware, the potential profit factor of that colony was 30.
God.
Wow.
Possibly more if you could have gotten a secondary investor to it.
Well. Honestly, 10 profit factor is, or 7 profit factor is still a huge chunk. It would have,
For little to no investment on our end, yeah.
well, it would have taken us a very long time to get up to 30.
Right, and we have a short-term endeavor that needs to be dealt with, like, now. Which is what makes me so sad about that loss. Tyrion, passed by 2 degrees on finding that power armor, because I was at plus 20 to make the initial roll.
Alright, so you find the standard set of power armor.
Yay!
Power armor twinsies.
That's bigger than yours.
That's okay.
still giggling over Texorcist.
Right?
Right?
Wait, what?
Texorcist is the name of the Inquisition for the tech priests.
Yeah.
Okay.
No sense of irony in this philosophy.
Well, part of it is they specialize also in purging corrupted machine spirits.
Also known as the system wipe or reformat.
Yes, they're very good at making a hard drive do a reformat.
As long as they don't delete System 32.
That's okay. They can delete that out of your brain. No problem. In
All right,
fact, that's
so
probably step one.
you have successfully done your acquisition rolls. You have your ship now back in neat order. There's totally nothing bad on it, and you're good to go. So the question is, where are you going? Oh, sorry, I was finishing my conversation with Noah.
Yeah.
Lucian's breath is a hellhole that's basically frozen over except for around specific tar pits. The problem is those tar pits are also the only source of a promethium enhancing gel in the entire Imperium.
Do you know where it's sold?
I believe it's sold from there directly to the Imperium, to like the Imperial Guard and Navy. So I'd imagine eventually the shipments make their way to Damaris, and probably from there to Port Wander.
Probably the easiest way to disrupt that one would be to bribe the delivery captains. Or hire somebody else to run the shipments. Do we know what path they have registered? Because if we could find a shorter one.
I know they don't go through football, because we never see those ships here.
Seems odd.
Not really. There's a risk of them getting blown up in football in the sense of, Winterscale is not going to absolutely guarantee their safety through here.
Which is, I also know that most of Winterscale's transports in general do not come through footfall. For some reason, he doesn't trust me. Don't know why. Which tells me he's got some sort of a route where he can go from Damaris and cut the corner and go into the eye, probably through somewhere around Hermitage or maybe even to Temple or something. But he's got to be using a short jump basically to dodge footfall and cut the edge of the storms.
I could possibly reach out to the choir in Port Wanderer, my old spot, and see if anybody can give me any information.
So, well, my contacts in Port Wander tell me they're definitely making port there after they clear the eye. But he can't make the jump directly from Damaris to Port Wander. He'd be going through a warp storm, so he's got to be cutting the corner somewhere.
Temple. Temple or Hermitage, but my bet is Temple. Keeps you safe, keeps you well away from the corners of the warp storms, and that would allow you to make an almost equally sized jump to Port Wander. It's almost exactly halfway through. Hermitage is a bit closer to half, but it's also much more well known.
Yeah, and if he's been running to Temple, he'll have a mapped warp route there. It'd probably be really easy for him to make the jump.
Right. Okay.
There's, by the way, one thing to be aware of. If you encounter a ship flying his flag that is running a 000 identification code, be careful. Those are his elite guard ships. Most of his ships would run away as soon as look at you because he's frankly not paying them enough. His elite guard are seriously badasses, and they will not back down from defending his assets.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay.
So
Sorry, I lost a little bit because I was multitasking, which I do terribly. Why are we talking about the temple?
Because Winterscale's transport ships do not go through footfall somehow, and they can't be going from Danvers to Port Wanda directly because they'd be passing through a warp storm. So, Ryan's guess, they probably are stopping at Temple because it's not very well mapped, and then making the jump to Port Wanda from there.
Ah,
and we have the Do we know anything about that cluster of systems?
You know rumors. There's a lot of space rumors around this zone in the eye, basically. Hermitage was the original place that was supposed to be the jumping off point. Actually, yes, Ryan, give me a bullshit roll to see if you know more than just the basics.
I can do that too now.
As can I.
No. All of you? Fuck.
It was a level 2 exploratory advance. Why would I not take it? I'm all
Exactly.
about them knowledges.
No, that makes sense.
2 degrees of success, by the way.
All right, so between the lot of you, you know a decent amount. So Hermitage was supposed to be the footfall. So Hermitage was supposed to be the footfall, basically. The Ecclesiarchy set it up as a safe port to jump from Port Wanda and then to Damrus. It didn't work, and it's basically become a haven for pirates.
So he definitely wouldn't send his ships to Hermitage.
Witch Cursed World is a rogue planet. It's a planet without a star system. Nobody has any fucking idea about it other than that. There's rumors that it was spacers tell stories that it was a prison for some ancient evil that was cast out of its star system. Might have just been a star system that it became a rogue planet from. Battleground, nobody knows the story of. It is a collection of shipwrecks, basically, of Imperial vessels that all blew the shit out of each other in some old battle. Like, they are Imperial vessels, though. They're not like these ancient ships you've been encountering. And Temple, nobody knows a goddamn thing about. Honestly, it doesn't appear on anyone else's star chart except your map.
So then that would probably be where he'd route his navigation.
Definitely
Who knows?
say that
Maybe
most
we find
logical.
something interesting. And even if we don't find Winterscale's route, we might find something interesting that we can sell for profit. Given that it's not on many star charts. Does anybody disagree with my logic?
I'll freely admit, I zoned out. What's your logic?
Nobody seems to know much about it, so it's a likely place for him to be routing his ships through. Even if he's not, we may find something interesting we can sell the coordinates.
What, Temple?
Right. It's not showing up on many star charts according to our DM.
Okay.
Yeah, Temple, what I was saying, the thing about Temple is it doesn't show up on standard star charts. You have it on your map, but it's not on a normal Imperium star chart.
Okay.
seems like a slightly better guess than the other places. After all, that Rogue World, it's technically moving, right? Or is it somehow stationary?
Which world?
Yeah. Which Cursed World, I think, is what it was.
It's stationary. he said.
Okay.
Yeah, Witchcross World is just a rogue system. They're not beholden to the Imperium, and apparently they're not worth the Imperium's time to bring it back under control. Is that my understanding? Am I totally off my rocker by saying that?
You are totally off your rocker. Rogue planet means it literally is a planet with no system.
Yeah, basically it
Oh.
has no star, which means that it's frozen.
Oh, it is astronomically rogue, not politically rogue.
Yes.
That's what I'm missing. Okay. Wait, but shouldn't it be drifting in some direction then? How can it have zero momentum?
40k logic.
Well,
Maybe not zero.
I don't know. The Batarians figured out the trajectory of the planet and put thrusters on the other side.
Perhaps.
Or the opposing forces from the two warp storms kind of bounced it around until it stopped.
That works.
An ancient ritual by chaos. I don't know.
It could also have, an inertia or a momentum. It's just moving so slowly that over the course of time we don't notice it. But I feel like our bet is still on the temple.
is anybody
Besides-
else having Ryan lag?
I don't have video.
I
Better
see him
just start.
lagging.
I'll reset it.
On Roll20 specifically.
Yeah, I started moving and then I realized it wasn't picking it up.
Looks good now, man.
Okay, now it's me.
You guys would say now I don't see Nara, but there we go.
Of course, now I don't see Jer, but whatever.
I see him. It's
I
still
see him.
you.
It'll load in.
Someone get a text assist.
All right, so you guys now know of 3 sources of income from Winter Scale. So where are you going first?
I feel the profound desire to break something.
Yes, but okay. Here's a thought. We could go. Where was it? Melzium, the prison of the penal world, and
Lucian's breath.
oh, okay, and attempt to
No.
free some one prisoners.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of Lucian's breath. I don't know why I was thinking that they use that as a prison world and force the prisoners to. It's not at all how it is. So ignore me.
Ignoring Ryan, and get some support from his enemies and theory. It's a hell of a theory, but I'm shooting from the hip. It's a reason to go there.
Our sexy psyker wants to go to the pleasure world.
Well, they're
I
pleasant
vote for
sweet.
Temple.
Why?
I don't know why. I just feel this impulse to go investigate their secret trade route. By keeping it hidden, it can't be that powerfully guarded or controlled. But my logic may be off. I don't necessarily understand the politics and the machining of these houses.
Ryan, your turn.
By keeping it hidden, it would cause problems with. It would cause problems with keeping them supplied. So Temple is probably relatively lightly defended. Yes.
I also believe that this early on, we don't want to make too many waves.
Real subtle, Jeremy.
Real subtle.
We've never expected subtlety out of our psyker, so Nor have you expected subtlety out of me, so I believe everybody's doing their job correctly.
Changing it to Ryan's color is not going to help.
That was pretty clever, though. I'll give you that.
It was a good thought.
I'm good with discovering the trade route. This hidden one.
Depends on how much work we feel like making our navigator do.
But at the same time, it might be a good idea to go to the penal world and get some support because allies are pretty important.
I hadn't thought about recruiting an army.
Yeah, we do get resources by going to the trade route, but that might be a price that is either impossible or just so big it's an actual setback. Plus, we are about one ship. We would still have to not only find out who the fuck is probably there, big asterisks, probably, because they disappeared. Second off, finding them on a penal world. We're talking about going into a world prison and trying to break out whoever the fuck we want and find them. Just drawing attention to, yes, it's a great plan if we know exactly what we're doing. We don't.
I think the first thing we should do is whatever draws the least amount of attention to our new mission. If we could make it look like anomalies or pirates or an accident, then that would be preferable. That's why I vote for the temple.
What was our third option? There's the penal world, the
Soulless. The pleasure world.
what's he have over there?
A lot of income.
He somehow gets more income than necessarily you should get from a pleasure world.
Yeah, somehow
it's,
Winterscale is getting a lot of money off of a pleasure world. They don't usually earn much money, but I mean, basically they're just getting fees paid by nobles that want to come experience it. But somehow Winterscale is getting a fuck ton of money out of this place.
I'm thinking of slave trade.
Could be, well, no,
Or
he doesn't. He
blackmail.
doesn't. Well, he doesn't trade in drugs. That's way too small scale for Winter.
Right. Could be people.
Sex slaves. That's my guess.
Damn, no,
We've
we're-
made
we're
cases for the various locations. What's the captain want to do? Hey, catch!
About the only one that we're actually going to be able to hide our involvement in will be Temple.
That's true.
Yeah, I think we should do Temple and then see what we find out at Temple and go from there.
Thank you, Captain,
Though-
for seeing logic.
Though I will say that there is still a potential for being found at Temple, and the only one that we'd have trouble approaching once we are found is Soulless.
So if we started there and then went to Temple, we can maybe find out what's there, and we can figure out we don't necessarily, once we find things, have to do anything about them right then. You know, if we're actually intelligent and reasonably stealthy at Solus, we can actually stay under the radar, and even if we figure out how he's getting all the income, we don't necessarily have to shut it down right then and there. We just keep it on our minds and then go do something else and then come back.
I see the logic in this.
Fair. You said stealth. I have stealth. We need inquiry.
maybe-
I have that.
Plus, maybe we can get our psyker to calm down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm voting for Solus and then Temple, I think.
You don't have to vote. You are a dictator.
Their vote can
Well,
vote as
but
back,
this
not as a
is
veto.
out of character. This is a collaboration. So out of character, I vote Solus.
Y'all know my vote.
Solus it is.
All right.
Solus?
So, Ryan, are you going to attempt to go through Lucian's breath, which is the path that you have mapped, or are you going to try to make a jump direct?
I'm thinking. Because there's actually a good case to be made for doing a direct jump, just so we arrive unannounced.
Wouldn't that draw attention to us?
No.
We have not. Does Winterscale know that we are retaliating, or are we still free to move about his realm?
We already have attention on ourselves as the thing. We'd be jumping ahead of a timeline, basically. If we wind up with Lucian's breath, you'd figure out, oh shit, well, he's probably going this direction. Same
Yeah,
with...
the only thing Winterscale knows right now is he knows he screwed you. Like, he is well aware of the fact that he fucked you guys over on Delorium.
And the second our cruiser leaves, he's gonna the people sitting outside are obviously going to see this big cruiser leave, and he's gonna figure out that I probably know something.
No, we paid a taxi service. Someone's delivering it to us.
Well, and remember, you
Right.
cannot tell where a ship is going just by seeing it enter the warp. Nor can
Good
you
point.
tell where it came from by seeing it exit the warp. It's not like they come from a fixed direction. You know, you've got a map here, but just because a ship comes, let's say, from Lucian's breath, doesn't mean it will appear in the northwest of Footfall. It might appear from the south of Footfall.
Right.
That
And
was
the
the problem
navigator-
you guys ran into when you tried to find the governor's daughter. Is just because you see the vector ship leaves the system doesn't mean you know anything about where it's going.
Well, I leave it to our navigator. He's the one that knows the risk involved with making a long jump.
I can make the jump. That's not the question. Like, this is a jump from a place I know well to a place where we have the coordinates for across completely clear space. Like, and it's not, it doesn't have some sort of mysterious force pushing away from it.
Right.
Making the jump is not the issue. The issue is, do we want to follow the established routes so that he can see that we're heading towards Solus, perhaps as a celebration for a recent accomplishment, like, I don't know, cutting a deal with somebody at Footfall, or do we want to jump straight to Solus so that he doesn't know that we're attempting to head there?
Huh.
I don't think it matters overall, because we could just be going to Solus to take part in the pleasure world. You know, no one knows that we're going to be investigating how he makes his money there, except for the council.
He might suspect that we might move against him.
And if he suspects, the worst he probably might do, just to see what we're going at, is put a plant near us.
Exactly. And I think it's probably smart to not give him time to do that.
Okay, well then we jump straight.
He also knows we have a badass navigator and a ship that is totally capable of cutting out certain jumps. And that's a lot of time just traveling to Lucian's breath and then traveling to Solus. Does this seem out of character for
Jump it
us?
in.
Not really.
All right, so straight jump. So Ryan, let's give me that jump to Solus.
That is a pass on the guess with a degree of success.
So it should take you, now that you no longer have your ship that's having distances, it should take you approximately 2 weeks, give or take, to get to Solus.
I do, however, have my warp spane hull.
Yes.
Yay!
And with my Astrade, or Almanac Astrade Divinitas, I have a total of plus 20 still. Huzzah!
Nice.
So we ended up with the best of both, actually.
Yes. Minus the travel time. I could totally go for a Runecaster. That will be the next thing I attempt to get at Footfall. But that's a ship component, so it'll be much more difficult to get my hands on.
It's also Xenotech.
Okay. Finding the Astronomicon. 4 degrees of success.
Congratulations, you found the Astronomicon.
Cannot fail this next step.
All right, so you know what's on the way to Solus.
And then piloting a course. Five degrees of success.
All right. Which is going to get you down to only having one warp encounter, which is at plus 20, and I roll twice, and the navigator picks one.
Yep.
Would you like an incursion or shoals and reefs? Oh, no, sorry. A lost time or shoals and reefs. There we go. I wasn't adding the plus 20.
Lost time is just the mental thing, though, right?
Yeah, it's the one where you people have to roll sanity checks, basically.
Or
What's
shoals
sanity?
and reefs.
Oh,
Shoals and reefs you can get out of, it's a combined total of navigation and piloting skill, right?
Yes, you both roll. The navigator rolls. You roll. You both compare successes, and if you roll a certain amount, you dodge it. If you roll less than that amount, you take a proportional amount of damage based on how much you missed.
All right, what do you people think?
Lost time.
You think? Because I'm rolling really fucking strong on navigation, but you need a combined total of successes. That's the only thing I'm like at all concerned on. But
You did get that plus 50 pilot.
Yeah, I'm rolling against like a 112 here.
Oh, okay.
Like, I very likely will be able to do it on my own.
But let's say since you're rolling that high and we have a plus 50 cap pilot, I feel comfortable with you going shoals and reefs.
Oh no, sorry, 122. I missed a plus 10.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with you doing that.
We'll go with shoals and reefs.
All right, so Ryan, first give me yours.
Pass with 8 degrees of success.
Yeah, you guys like make this look like a joke because your pilot passed with 4 degrees of success.
That close. Almost 9.
Yeah, well, your pilot rolled a 2, so almost 5 degrees of success.
God, I wish I had rolled a 2. That would have been 12 degrees of success.
So, yeah, you guys get 12 degrees of success between you. You easily chart a route through the shoals and reefs without hitting any of them. And on the third day, Ryan, you're noticing something as you're flying. Now that you're actually in the warp and going to Solus, like when you passed like the halfway point and it was pretty obvious your destination, your ship sped up massively.
Huh.
The vessel is now, it's like the warp is actually getting out of your way and pushing you along to help get you to Solus much quicker. A journey that even with your amazing charting should have taken about 10 or 11 days has taken you 2 or 3.
Can't imagine why.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Okay.
clearly Solus is where he repos ships and then sells them.
Yeah, something is, and what it is it's, normally there are eddies and things that slow you down in the warp, but it's almost like something in your ship is pushing the eddies out of the way for you.
That's not a warp's main hole, is it?
Okay.
So in 2 days, you've managed to make it to Solus.
This is actually concerning me.
And Ryan, before you can actually attempt to bring the ship out of warp, the warp actually opens in front of you and allows you a nice stable path out.
I'm telling one person about this.
Like
And
you don't
only
even
one person.
open the warp. Like you don't even open a warp rift. It just opens up in front of you perfectly.
I am telling one person and only one person. Can we guess who that person is?
Oh, Captain by Captain?
Yep. She
No,
can
definitely
decide
tell
if
Steve
anybody
about
else
this.
needs to know.
Ooh, it's beautiful.
I heard a massive reverb through Ryan's microphone. What did both of you say? Chris first?
I said you're definitely telling Steve, the censor guy, about this. No, it's Steven. Sorry.
And Ryan, what did you say?
I said, what was it? Oh,
I
she
heard
can
need to
decide.
know.
She can decide who else needs to know.
Okay.
Jerry, you're not picking up anything outside of the ordinary, just normal astropath transmissions. By the way, there is a absolutely beautiful lunar class cruiser currently in orbit of this planet, up near the docks. Nora, you recognize the ship. It's your Scion's personal vessel.
Well, crap. So I'm going to kind of relay that. Well, she's here at the moment.
We're still civil, right?
Does she have to be?
Yes, right now you're the rogue trader of your house. Until the marriage is actually completed,
Yeah, it is actually against Imperial law to murder the rogue trader of your own house, basically. They can have an accident, but you cannot openly murder them, or the whole writ becomes null and void.
Ah.
This is to stop massive civil wars happening every time a rogue trader dies.
What time did Ryan give us when we left, by the way, for that journey?
I generally don't.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about 2 weeks, give or take.
No,
But if he does, but if he doesn't
No,
tell us the
it's
estimated time, I'm just gonna assume, okay, I have some amount of time to kill, and I'll just be like, that's shorter than normal, but hey, cool, planned route, it's fine.
Yeah, warp jumps sometimes go really fast. I mean, that's life. You guys have had jumps where you've arrived before you left.
Yes.
And we had one that took 10 seconds, remember?
Yeah, you had a 10-second warp jump once because Ryan navigated it so well. So a 2-day jump is completely... It's nothing that would arouse any suspicions. Ryan navigated it like a badass. Oh, by the way, no, there's one change. Your science ship now has a very gaudy gold encrusted Nova cannon underneath the prow.
Lovely. And of course, she had to have a lunar class cruiser, too.
Sorry, she has a what on the prow?
A big fucking gun. It's called a Nova cannon.
Oh.
That's a very expensive engagement gift.
It's also a lunar class cruiser, ergo I'm not fucking with it. Oh.
Well,
Might sabotage it, but that's not going to go over well either.
should we send an explorative team?
So
To
you are
investigate.
receiving a communication from the planet, by the way. Not from the other ship. It seems to not be giving you two shits. The planet, however, is sending you a communication.
Okay, I'll answer it.
Yeah, welcome to Solus. Did you have an appointment?
We did not. We are passing through, and we thought it would be a good celebration. We had a particularly fruitful trade not that long ago.
Well, you understand that short notice it's going to cost you more, of course.
No, of course.
You hear the voice and then, alright, well, welcome to Solus. Please take a berth at the designated docking port. And the communication cuts, and your pilot gets a approach vector to the station in orbit.
Okay. I am actually going to throw a bullshit knowledge to see if I have. Wow. With 3 degrees of success. Oh, sorry, 4 degrees of success. To see if I have any idea on like what the scale of prices on this kind of thing is. Like, is it something that will actually hurt us, or is it just like, it'll cost $20,000 instead of $15,000?
So you know that pleasure worlds are basically the most expensive thing in the Imperium. Like, planetary governors oftentimes cannot afford to come to these worlds. So it is definitely something you guys are going to have to roll profit factor on short notice to not arouse suspicions. Like, even again, some planetary governors cannot afford to go to a pleasure world. This is expensive on your scale of expensive.
But at the same time, we were still at a level of wealth where if we had made an appointment, we wouldn't have needed to.
Yes, well, yeah, assuming you had made the appointment far enough out. Think booking a hotel. It gets more expensive the closer in you want to book it. But yeah, this is a short notice at a pleasure world is something that's on your scale of expensive.
Okay.
Okay. So do I need to roll it before we go down, or is there going to be a point where I can roll it?
Go ahead and roll it now. Basically, as your ship's coming into dock, will be, they're going to be asking for payment.
Oh, just shy. 29. Oh, no, it's 31. We went up to 31.
Yeah, you're up to 31. You pass. So, yes, you have enough assets and money available. You pay them. And they say, welcome to your private pleasure world. They ask how many of your nobles will be coming with you.
These 4. I'm going to gesture.
Will they each want their own house, or will they each need, or will you be joint bunking with any of them?
I think we'll take 2.
Sure, certainly, it will be arranged. She indicates a section of the planet which is roughly the size of Alaska and says, that will be your personal one, your personal location.
Okay.
She then indicates a second section right next to it, roughly of equal size. That'll be the section where you will find the second house. Says, please enjoy your stay and contact us depending on what pleasure you would like.
And we will do so. Thank you very much.
So there are the way this world works, by the way, is these sections that are that large are basically, think like private villas, and then there is a joint section, a joint complex, basically like a large convention center, although it's about the size of possibly New York City, so a joint city that's kind of a thing in the middle of the planet where everyone can come to buy things of that nature.
And my first thought is, wow, I bet you could find some incredibly excellent mind-expanding substances on such a world. This would probably be not the place to get them if you want them at a reasonable price.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Remember celebrating.
I don't know. Again, we're talking about reasonable prices on our scale. Whatever. Like, again, like our payment for staying here is going to include that kind of thing. Right? Because it's like a cruise ship. You pay to be on the cruise ship. The meal's free.
Yeah, that's basically how pleasure worlds work. It was just so fucking expensive because you wanted a villa on short notice.
Right. Well,
Okay.
then.
And by the way this place works is there are shuttles of their make that take you from the orbital station down. No ship is permitted to send its own craft down to the planet's surface.
Makes kind of sense, actually.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it means that we're in opposition of it, and also it's not ours. Winter scales, probably.
Hmm.
Let's go planet side.
Agreed. Captain, should I score some mind-expanding substances for our pleasurable stay here?
Fuck that, I'll pass.
They don't work anyway.
What was that, Ryan?
They won't work anyway.
Yeah, Ryan's character is immune to mind-expanding drugs.
Oh, right. His character, right.
Oh.
Yeah, like I have a brain implant and I have a stomach implant too. So consuming a mind-altering drug would be like completely forget it. Like I
Yeah,
could
he
eat
would need
roofies
the
by the
Space Wolves beer to feel anything.
yeah, I could eat roofies by the handful.
Like candy. Got it.
That and the things he's seen in the warp probably dwarf anything that I would see on an acid trip. So,
That's one of those funny things. Navigators don't. Okay, navigators do not see the warp unfiltered for the most part. Only like super good navigators do. Normal navigators see what their brain perceives the warp as.
Oh.
So, like, it might be he sees it as a stormy ocean that you're sailing across, type thing.
I've actually decided. Remember Windows Media Player when you put it on shuffle? Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
And Stephanie is actually dying of coughing over there. But Stephanie has done so many drugs when she was younger. She's actually highly resistant to them as well.
Lol.
So basically, you're the only one that can get stoned anyway.
no, that leaves 3 other people.
It leaves me, but I can't say abstinent, but I do drink
Parcel?
alcohol on occasion. But it's usually like a beer. Maybe 2.
Just
Well,
trying to
like-
blend in here.
Death worlds don't really allow for fucking around much.
See, I came from Death World, but it was the exact opposite experience. You had nothing to do except sit inside in your air scrubbed air and get high.
Yeah. I had creatures often trying to breach the damn walls and plant life and something to climb over the walls and take control of your mind. Yes, there are plants that mind control.
Are they called Thorian?
No, definitely. But what they do is they drop from a tree, kind of like a vine, and through skin contact, basically take control of your nerves and bind to your spine, and then you become a thrall to that tree.
Fun.
Forever possessed.
Yeah, welcome to Catachin, guys.
Pretty generally, you can separate the plant from the new host, but generally, let's just put it this way: autists are more human than the person who would get separated by. Wow, that came out really terrible. They're more intelligent and functional, is what I should say, than people who got separated by the possessive vine tree.
Yeah, it fucks you up.
Severely. I mean, like, 1 IQ, basically a slavering idiot.
All right, so you guys get on your shuttle to go down. As you start to your descent, basically a screen comes up that selects the first villa, and it asks male or female.
My
Yeah.
question time. What gear are they allowing? Like, if I can get away with it, I am definitely bringing some.
Weapons are prohibited. Whether you want to try to bring them down or not is your business, but weapons are prohibited.
No plasma
Okay.
cannon then. Got it.
So this is something are weapons screened for, or is there a sign saying weapons are prohibited, and if they're obvious, you're told to put them back?
Yeah, it's basically there's no like you're walking through a scanner. It's just a case of don't be a dick.
Is this
And
something? Is this something that'd be well known?
Yeah, basically it's a case of if you were caught with a weapon on the surface, it would you'd probably get in trouble for it, but they're not actively scanning people on the way down.
But I'm guessing size of weapon would depend on how much trouble you're getting.
Yeah, I mean bringing a knife is going to be very different than bringing a plasma cannon.
Yeah, but bringing, a concealed las pistol.
You had to pick such a specific example.
Yes. Or a storm bolter. Look, that's a fucking storm bolter.
Yeah,
That's
we will attempt to bring a las pistol on myself.
I'm thinking to bring a las pistol and a power sword. Wait, no, mono sword. It's a
The
true
mono,
weapon.
you cannot hide the mono
You
sword.
can't hide the monosword.
Right, that's not happening.
But again, I'm trying to ask questions that my character would know before leaving the ship. Would something like a concealed las pistol, how much trouble would that actually cause? Would it be the kind of thing where they'd make you turn over the las pistol and slap you on the wrist, or?
Yeah, for something that small, that's exactly what it would be: is hand over the weapon to security, you forfeit it, and don't do this again.
So I'm going to do the same. I'll conceal my las pistol.
Yeah,
I actually have a
concealed.
And the only thing it might do is rouse suspicion. You might get more attention from the security. Why did you bring a weapon down?
I think with a group of rogue traders, they'd probably fucking rogue trader.
Alright, so Stephanie and Ryan's character have concealed las pistols on them.
Likewise.
Do you have a carry conceal thing? Do you have something that helps you conceal it?
No.
Okay, because I actually went out and bought a concealment holster for a las pistol specifically.
Oh, that's cool.
Didn't know it existed, so no, I do not have it.
Well, is it something your character would have gotten?
I feel
Yes,
like him as a head
because
of
of how
security,
they
that's really
operate, it's kind of hard to do. It's kind of hard to shadow people and gather information when you have weapons strapped all over you. I just didn't find it. So if it's common, then if I could have started with it, yes, I'd like to have it.
I'm not sure. Let me check.
I'm not bringing anything.
Yeah, come to think of it, I'm not going to be able to fit anything.
Yeah, I am uniquely suited to sneaking in small weapons.
Yeah,
Right,
Nora
you just
wears
kind of tuck them
skin-tight
inside one of your
outfits.
boobs.
Nora wears skin-tight outfits. Jared tends to not do concealed weapons. So that kind of rules both of them out.
Plus, it kind of boils down to the fact that who the fuck's going to search a navigator for a pistol? They're not worried about my pistol.
Right. If anything,
but I'm wearing big, loose Mechanicus robes, so...
Again, and nobody's going to pat down a Mechanicus. You could probably carry, a plasma pistol in and they'd never know.
That was my point, is I'm definitely going to try and get a las pistol in. I can use my Medicae arm as a melee weapon, so I'm covered there.
right, I wear a billowing cloak.
Yeah, so you three have a concealed las pistol. I'll just say it's fairly easy enough for you guys to get it through.
Okay.
Again,
Knife
the
two,
screening
or is
on
that-
the way... That's pushing it.
Okay.
The screening on the way down was not actually very extensive.
Yeah, well, I just generally carry the concealed las pistol, regardless, so he just wouldn't think to get rid of it.
But yeah, you would know that at most a las pistol is going to get you a slap on the wrist. A don't do it again type thing. Don't let us catch you with another one of these.
Yeah, and an excuse oh, I'm sorry, I'm so used to carrying it, I didn't even think about it, would totally pass on a las pistol.
Yeah, just
Yep.
so it's not like you're carrying
it's not even lying.
pistol or something.
No, it's not even, oh, I'm going on a scary mission. It's just a part of my equipment. It's there. It's
Alright, so
leaving without my wallet. It's weird.
on your way down again, the first villa comes up and it actually asks male or female.
Female.
Wait,
Because
wait,
that's
what?
the correct answer regardless.
Processes for a second, and then brings up this a selection of the second one, male or female.
Is second villa or second person?
Second villa.
So I'm gonna
Female
look.
again?
I'm gonna look to the girls. Do we want to split the boys and girls?
Honestly,
Might as well.
don't care.
Okay. She's gonna just automatically reply male.
Might as well check out both.
Processes and then goes back away. And you guys spend the rest of the flight down. It starts heading for the first villa, basically.
So, does anybody know whether that question was for the occupants or for the visitors?
Yes. Lights up the glow stick. Yes.
Nah. Well, we'll find out here in a sec.
Or maybe we'll find out it's a female villa. She just kind of throws her hands up in the air. Fuck knows.
That's disturbing.
Isn't it though?
As the shuttle touches down, you can see multiple very scantily dressed women waiting at the platform.
I feel like this is my stop.
You stole the words from my mouth.
Not
mean-
a bad show.
Honestly, like he will like say that, look towards the captain to make sure she's not like, nope, this is mine.
She's gonna like grumble, and then she's gonna look at you and like, okay.
And then he'll go ahead and get out here.
I feel like if this is where the scantily clad women are, I want to be here as opposed to the scantily clad men. So,
Yeah, I'm totally getting out here too.
what strange company are Captain Keith?
I love that the two guys hopped out, and then like the female navigator just shoves past and gets off here too.
You mean the astropath?
Hey man.
I was wondering.
Yep, same difference. Both
Well
fucking
then.
freaks.
One place to myself, I guess. Huh.
The captain's going with you.
What? Oh, I thought she was hopping out.
No, she's sitting there debating a little bit, actually.
Well, Malika pulls out a coin from her pockets. Well, actually, yeah, coin, and hands it over to her. You know what it means. That's obviously tails. And she points out to the scantily clad women.
She's just gonna look at you and then pocket the coin. And then just.
Ah. Well, it was yours anyway.
So after a pause to make sure no one else is getting off, the shuttle lifts off and starts heading towards the second villa. So you three that got off there will be escorted very nicely into the building, where you'll be told that each of you will have your own private bed chambers.
Excellent.
And if there's anything you need, please just let them know.
Fantastic.
Meanwhile, the shuttle does take about 30 minutes to fly to the next villa, where it lands, and of course you're met by equally scantily dressed men.
Now you're wishing you'd said women for both, aren't you?
Whoa.
Poor
They're
Mallory.
scarce, by the way. Took me a while of digging to find them, but they are scarce.
What's scarce?
Carry conceal.
Oh, okay.
Finally found the model I was looking at.
Phrasing?
And by the way, you guys are only 30-minute flight away. You are close enough that your voxes can still communicate to each other.
Oh, that's good.
Excellent.
This thing's actually really cool. I don't know if you've ever seen this type of carry conceal.
Yeah, that thing's awesome.
Hmm.
All right, so what are you, other than Jer, who's off having lots and lots of lesbian sex? What are you guys up to?
Having lots and lots of straight sex.
Pretty much. I mean,
I think that's pretty much how our whole entire first day is gonna go.
gotta blend in, right?
Exactly. Can't arouse any suspicion.
Damn it.
Be a shame
was
if
well
this
done.
came to a head too early.
Hey, let's stop these puns before we reach a premature climax.
Oh my god.
Hopefully, it doesn't come to that.
You guys are so bad. Anyway, about halfway through the day, Stephanie, I'm assuming those shuttles are basically there for our use.
There's basically a comm terminal where you can call a shuttle for your private flight, basically. They don't sit there and wait on the pad, but you can call one at any time.
Okay, so about halfway through the day, she's gonna go over to the girls' area.
Alright, so
Come
you
over to the other side.
and rendezvous with them. There is a bed chamber waiting for you there as well, if for nights you feel like staying there.
Malika also heads over about halfway through the day.
Probably for different reasons, though.
By the way, all of you enjoy it. Give me a willpower test.
Oh,
Glad I bumped that up. 3 degrees of success, good sir.
hmm.
Thanks, Jared.
Do we think this is worth fate pointing?
Nah. What's the worst thing
Alright.
a couple corruption points can do? I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen?
Hey, I have armor of contempt.
Okay,
Because
so
I
not
don't
even
fuck
a
around with
degree.
chaos.
I have
Trevor,
Chemgeld.
how did you get?
I have Chemgeld.
So
I'm-
you didn't put two.
Nope.
So Artur, basically, what that was is Artur, you let it slip during pillow talk, like some of the recent adventures you guys have had.
Son of a
The
bitch.
rest of you, Carcel, you actually rolled high enough to notice that the people seemed to be trying to get information out of you.
I am going
Wouldn't it be
to.
perception?
There's that reverb.
I said, wouldn't it be perception?
I'll give you a perception roll to notice. It was willpower to not say it.
Pass. I rolled high.
All right, so you also can notice the fact that they're trying to just talk things out of you, basically. Like, what have you been up to lately? Type things.
I'm going to honestly, I'm going to talk about how we found basically talk about our adventures, but fuck the locations up ridiculously, and point the biggest finds I'm going to attribute to an area. How exactly should I phrase that? Let me pull up the map real quick.
Procession of the Damned.
Yes, but I'm going to say it's like between this area and this area, and make sure that area is the procession of the damned. So whoever they're reporting to gets fucked.
Nice.
All right, so yeah, you all and Artur, you have no idea. You just start blabbering.
Apparently.
The flesh is weak.
It gets lonely down in engineering, damn it.
Between where Natharis and Frozen Sisters was a little bit off of that, we actually found this wonderful planet that had gold and platinum. That's actually what we're celebrating.
You're not gonna tell him you found ancient Rex of immense
Give
value.
me a what's the bluff check in this system?
Deceive.
Give me a deceive roll, sir.
It is trained and it is fellowship.
So give me a deceive roll, sir.
Any advantages or disadvantages?
Nope. Just straight roll.
You know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and fate point that because I feel like this is an important role for me. Question: if I fate point something, then roll the exact same number, does that still
Nope.
count?
You cannot fate point again.
That's bullshit.
That's
Not that you can't
awesome.
redo it, but that's bullshit that it happened. Because I rolled a 73, and then I fate pointed, then I rolled a 73.
The dice hate you. So how many degrees of failure is that?
2.
Because remember, it's an opposed roll, so... Okay.
Do they get any sort of penalty for thinking that I'm blabbing during pillow talk?
They did actually get a serious
Serious
penalty
score.
for that. Obviously, you don't get to know the result of the rolls, whether they believed you, but yeah, they got a serious penalty for thinking you were just blabbering during pillow sex.
Okay. During pillow sex?
Yep,
Don't
pretty
question
much.
it. 40K, don't question it.
I mean, there's some,
Pillow sex is what I do every night.
I'm,
I'm gonna grab a snack on that note. I'll be back in a minute or two.
thanks, Chris.
You're welcome.
I'll also be right back in a minute.
I believe I'm gonna go get a beer then.
We should go.
Yeah, we'll be right back too.
So I watched the video in the comments for that Shaggy and Scooby pick, and I'm not sure if I regret that decision or not.
Damn it.
Dude, it's something else. About halfway through, it transitions into a rap video, and it's just freaking
Oh, God.
insane. It's only insane is the only way to describe it. Somebody made a video about Shaggy and Scooby and decided the best way to express their feelings was to
I'm watching the video right now.
And back. So, Chris, after having sex with this pillow, do you talk to it afterwards, or your wife?
You're you're not kidding. That is something.
It is a thing. I will say that.
On that note, Chris, don't ever change.
It definitely happened. Like that video, it definitely happened. There's no changing that. You watched it.
What? I didn't watch a video. I walked off.
I was talking to Tyrion and Ryan.
It's a thing, and it's a moment of my life I will never get back. Thank you very much.
And I'm not unsure whether or not I'm happy or sad about this or what.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was wasted time of my life or. Yeah.
What we all know for sure is that Shaggy gonna sneeze.
Pretty much.
So just waiting for Jerry to get back from wherever the hell he went.
That video, short as it is, will make up for that. I don't know why I'm doing this for you, Chris, but people will thank me. I feel bad for it, but I still laughed.
That's horrible. We are all horrible human beings.
Bong!
That noise it makes.
You're all
Yes.
boys.
I feel bad for it, but I'm still laughing.
I feel a little bit
What?
bad, but the cat clearly isn't injured.
Right.
Okay,
That's why I linked it. It's definitely got its bell rung the door. But it'll
Come
be
back
fine.
here.
After, like a few hours.
All right. So after you guys have had your time, what are you guys up to?
Oh, by the way, I have to share this. My favorite part about this is I'm the only one who's really good to be describing locations. So everybody who fails unintentionally backs me up.
So anyway, while all these people are trying to get information out of us, I'm going to kind of do it counterly, if that makes sense. Like,
So basically, you're trying to get her to say something back to you.
right.
But I will enjoy
That'll
some
charm.
wine.
She just says, they like hearing. They don't get off the world much. They just like hearing stories.
So I'm gonna ask her, what's your world like here?
Just a beautiful. I mean, every need we could ever want is taken care of here.
And do you enjoy it overall?
Who wouldn't enjoy this kind of a job?
Well, there are some people. But I see what you mean. So anyway, after a while, I'm gonna actually go out and wander and take a look at all of this villa area.
It's got a fully stocked kitchen. There is actually a chef working there, so if you want anything prepared, just let her know. Other than that, there's the usual. There's game rooms with all sorts of different entertainment, other than what you're getting in the bedrooms. And then there's the shuttle pad there to take you to anywhere else on the planet. Although you need the authorization of the person whose villa it is to land at the shuttle port of one of the other villas. The only place you can just go is the central city.
So Stephanie will go to the game room with Carcel.
What we got in the game room?
There's a variety of things, everything from foosball to chess.
Ooh, I want to play Stephanie and Pool.
How delightfully low tech.
Please tell me there's at least a fucking dartboard in there.
Yes, there's a dartboard you can throw darts at.
I will play you in darts. I will cheat horribly.
Of course you will.
How do you cheat at? Wait, no. You don't have psychic powers. You just have your navigator powers.
Yeah, but one of my navigator powers allows me to sub out perception for ballistic skill.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I have to roll to activate it and everything, so in combat it's not that bad, but for target shooting, oh no, that shit's gonna always be on. Because it'll be like, take the shot already, just give me a minute.
Oh my god.
I would never throw without it.
And shooting from the hip, you're an absolute fucking tosspot, but when you actually line up the shot, you can't pull the trigger, but when you do, you really do hit the nail on the head.
So
Damn.
what would we roll for pool? That's what I'm trying to. Because darts make sense ballistic skill, but what would we roll for like pool? That's what I'm trying to think.
Sleight of hand.
See, I feel it would be an intelligence roll because of all the angles and the geometry.
You're just saying that because you have intelligence as your highest skill.
No, willpower is my highest skill.
I would say it's
Dexterity, probably.
a combination of, like, I kind of agree with the intelligence.
But it's also Dex being
Weapon
able to
skill,
move.
maybe? Because you're talking about how to precisely hit a small object with
Yeah, I'd say weapon skill.
But two separate tests, because one to know what to do, and the other one to execute it.
Yeah, but total amount of
Of successes, yeah. So
between
weapon
the two.
skill and intelligence for pool, and then ballistic skill for darts.
I just have absolutely no fucking patience for chess and that kind of stuff.
Oh my
No.
god.
Not bad at it, just never cared.
So, right, you're busy focusing in on your dart, correct?
Yes.
So, that's 5 degrees of failure. Stephanie not only manages to fail to successfully hit the ball properly,
Hey, it's only 4 degrees of failure.
combined total between the two of them.
Yeah, but she failed the first one with no degrees of failure.
Okay, So she still fails enough that the ball actually goes flying off and nails Ryan's character in the balls.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh!
Huh? What?
She
Normally, I
just
hear
kinda
people psych
gotta-
up when they're about to throw, but normally they throw in tandem. Wait. Oh.
There's a
Oh, I'm
bone
sorry.
shaking thud. Remember, this guy weighs like 360 some pounds.
Right. Well, my eyes are focused on the board, so all I hear is this guffawing howl, thinking, is that a war cry? But you're supposed to throw when, oh, that poor man. I know that look. Someone's been hit in the crotch, but who the hell hit him?
You see a cue ball rolling away.
Let me.
I fetch a chair. And I plunk it rather noisily behind him and say, just
It wasn't
sit
me.
down. Kratos, take a seat. There's a chair beneath you.
And he'll push himself up and fall back onto the chair.
I push him onto the chair. Let him take the hint.
At least we're in a world where I can get someone to kiss it better. Oh.
Well, we've got people like that, but hey, and that's why you throw the dart sooner, because that's you essentially getting nailed in the balls by blaster rifle, or someone who's throwing a dart back at you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just no. Oh,
Wine?
that'd be a good idea.
Here you go. And just fetch the bottle that I've been kind of nonchalantly drinking out of. It's really, there's not much missing. Maybe a glass's worth.
Well, one of the house
I'll drink like
keepers
half the
basically
bottle.
recommends that you guys, when you recover, go visit the central city. The shopping there is apparently amazing.
Could find some pretty fantastic goods.
I like the way you think, Artur.
I guess we can head into the central city.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
There's plenty of time on the ship in the warp transit for games.
All right, so it takes about an hour for the shuttle to arrive after you activate the call pad, and it sets down, and or the door just opens for you guys to get on board.
I'll go ahead and join them as soon as after I've recovered.
All right, so it's about a 5-hour flight to get to the city from your villa, and the shuttle just touches down on the edge of the trading port area. All you're seeing in these various shops is incredible foods, drinks, clothing, things of that nature. The kinds of things that your average person couldn't even slightly afford.
I'm gonna look around. Is there anything that I would like in general for like new clothes or anything?
That's quite a few things that would fit your style. There's dresses, there's casual clothing, all in various levels of revealing depending on the person.
I'm gonna look around for a dress that will accentuate the assets. Mine aren't huge, but they're not small.
You're looking for a push-up bra. Got it.
No, he said assets. Those
Those
hips don't lie.
You mean yoga pants?
You're right. It was assets, not breast sets.
Exactly.
Can't
And
see
Jay,
it,
you don't
but
even need to roll it. Like, I say this stuff's expensive, but again,
Where-
not by your level of expensiveness. Like, you can easily afford it.
Woo, new dress for any other balls we go to.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around and see if there's one that kind of stands out to me because I have a decent one as it is.
You know, if
You
I'm
could-
going to be here, I think it's time for a dress.
You both can find a sufficiently nice one. Again, this is just a huge shopping area for that, so it's not difficult to find. And yes, they're expensive, but not by the level of wealth you guys have.
Oh my god, shopping!
Oh god.
Look, if I'm not going to play the sex card, I might as well attempt to blend in other ways.
As you guys are like halfway done with your shopping, you hear a voice behind you. I don't know if there's anything here slutty enough for you.
Guess who?
She's gonna sigh and she's gonna turn around.
Oh. Family reunion? As I turn around.
DM's Images has the person who's behind you. And yes, armed with those.
Brazenly.
Damn.
Do you own another outfit?
I own 897 on my ship.
But I bet they all look the same, don't they?
Yes, proper.
Somehow I bet it takes about 5 slaves and 15 minutes to get you into most of them, but the whisper of a boy to get you out of them in as many seconds.
Wow, the hired help actually knows how to speak.
She paid extra.
I could pay more.
I bet you could. But, why are we having this conversation? You know that's not going to happen.
Yes,
Definitely
because I
doesn't-
prefer to actually have security personnel that can shoot straight.
She's gonna kind of walk up to.
Words worth their weight as words.
Stephanie's gonna kind of walk up to Malika to make sure she doesn't decide to go punch her.
Her hands are actually remarkably loose, like not fists. And out of character, actually not pissed off about what happened with the demon. Shit happens. Plus technical successes. The demon dodged.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Fred is Captain can handle this one.
So, do you work here now?
No, I'm going to come to the own half of this planet. Here, I heard you have a barren rock out by a warp storm. How impressive! Came all the way out to the Crota's Expanse, only to find a dead rock and put your name on it.
At least I don't steal names from somebody else.
Oh, it's just a. Well, you wouldn't understand how the machinations work. They always were a bit above your IQ.
I bet they are.
She just blatantly walks past you. Well, have fun with the rest of your day. I'm sure my husband-to-be will be hearing from you soon.
Oh, I'm sure. Give him my best, would you?
Oh, I'm sure you'll be wanting to give him your best here shortly. Have fun back at your villa.
So there are random people around here that I can just compel to trip her.
Hopefully.
It's a busy market.
You can try.
I want to do this.
How about one to slap her on the ass?
Oh, that's even better.
I like that one.
Or do the cliche trip boob grab. Just like pick a teenager.
I like the slap on the ass because, yeah, that is so anti-her. It's not even funny.
Alright, so use your suggestion.
Poor bastard.
That's gonna be 4 degrees of success. Well, actually 6 degrees of success.
Yes!
So you have some random person slap her on the ass. She casually points the bolt pistol and blows the head across the entire corridor and keeps walking.
Whoa.
Well-
And yet, I could waste her just like right the fuck now, but it's It's just not worth it.
No, the funny one would have been me just opening the eye in the middle of the marketplace. But
There's nothing explicitly forbidding that, right?
no, it's just weapons that are forbidden.
Whoops! My eye slipped.
I was yawning. It's kind of strange.
I lost concentration. Not a big deal.
My eye pops open when I sneeze.
But yeah, you see a few of the random people kind of scream and run away, and security seem to not pay 2 inches of attention.
Oh, now I know how the staff works around here.
Yep, that was actually useful information. Poor bastard.
Oh, better him than us.
Yes.
She's decided she owns this world. That means she can do whatever she wants. She used to do this when we were kids.
Hmm.
Think I know why your dad picked you.
Well, predecessor, not necessarily.
Yeah, not dad. He was like my second
Predecessor.
uncle or something.
Right. Swap out the terms. Predecessor.
My dad was a dick, to be perfectly honest.
Well, Malika would know the terminology that I forgot or don't know,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
but we'll bear that in mind.
Well,
Now I
with
know why
that,
your predecessor
most of the
picked
shop-
you.
Yeah, with that, most of the shops have closed in this area.
Yeah.
Well, there goes the layered cake dress.
Ha.
Roughly what time of day is it around this place now?
Well, you guys spent the morning playing games and stuff, so it's probably around noon now. No, it took 6 hours to fly here, so it's early afternoon.
Well, Captain, what do you think? What's next on the agenda?
Well, I'm not looking. A part of me is looking forward to, and not looking forward to going back to the villa, because obviously she's got something. She theoretically could have something waiting for us.
What about the other villa? I suppose that one's also being monitored.
Likely.
Likely, there's record that I bought too. But
Question is, she has every advantage. Why should she bother to fuck with you at this point?
No,
Well-
I suspect it's more along the lines of Winterscale deciding on a meeting. Considering she told us we could tell you could give your regards to him yourself soon.
Hmm.
It's true. We'll probably get an envoy or hailing sometime soon.
Somehow I feel like I don't want to be there for that, and yet belong to that meeting. Right, well, you keep me posted on that, and point to the microbead. Artur and I have some business to attend to, probably. Artur? And then walks off to find a directory board or something.
There's a shops directory you can find.
There any strip clubs?
No, it looks like most of that entertainment is handled at your villa.
Well, damn.
Yeah, you have a special level of service. You don't have to go get yourself all hot and bothered in public.
It was worth a question.
I'm sure they sell horse masks if you want to be anonymous while you get all hot and bothered.
I prefer the T-Rex suits.
God damn it.
Ryan, I like your friend.
Sorry?
You make good friends.
Yes.
All right, so
Well-
are you guys doing anything more in the city, or are you heading back?
Honestly, I would have remembered where the hell I was going with that exactly, but you lost me a T-Rex suit.
Yes, I think Malika had business in town for me.
Yeah, and you said Arthur and I have business to attend to, and then started looking for a directory.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a long shot in the dark, but actual business because Malika doesn't do subtlety. Well, among friends. Anyway, yeah, Tyrion essentially I'm looking for power supplies for the power armor.
Not
Long shot
gonna
in the
find them.
dark. Yeah. So Malika's basically wasting time doing that.
I'll let you.
I know it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen. Probably.
I mean, Arthur would cut you off pretty early on and say, "This world will not have that kind of tech."
Seriously? No black
Yeah.
armor?
What a real
No,
perception to see if there's anything like
I mean, I will happily assist you any way I can, but don't get your hopes up.
do we roll
But honestly,
perception?
Arthur is just as happy having somebody interesting to kill the time with anyway. So
Could we roll perception to see if there's like anything that we can notice shady going on? Because we probably on the lookout for trying to find what else they're making their income with on this planet.
That's actually what I'm also going to do next.
You all are welcome to make perception rolls. You guys have spent several hours in the markets. See if you've spotted anything unusual.
Well,
5 degrees of
Sure.
success.
I'll throw perception, but I was also thinking inquiry if it was kind of a generalized role to
So,
figure out what other dealings are happening, or even figure out if Winterscale is doing something uber shady.
So what's interesting is the shops all seem on the up and up. You guys haven't spotted anything that resembles a black market or something that would account for Winterscale's income coming off of this planet. If anything, from what you can notice from your knowledge of commerce, the margins for the shops are actually quite low for a pleasure world.
Huh.
And I mean, yes, the villa was expensive, but it's no more expensive than you would expect from a pleasure world. Like,
2 degrees of success on my part. Well, perception roll.
yeah, you guys can't find anything shady going on here.
Damn it, I wasted a
And-
good 10%.
Yeah, all right. And can I throw inquiry to deliberately delve deeper for anything suspicious, or basically going further than skin deep?
There's not really anything to investigate here. Like, you haven't found any leads to follow up on, even.
So you're saying no to a roll on that?
I'm saying you're welcome to, but it doesn't matter what you roll.
Okay. Well, 8 degree of success, and that's me exactly what you're telling me.
Yeah, you can't find anything shady going on here. At least nothing you've encountered.
It's gonna bite me on the ass when I try to leave. I know it.
Alright, yes, I'm gonna head back to our villa.
Which one?
The female one, of course.
So you all heading back on the same shuttle?
Yeah.
After I get a dress shipped back first. Going for a classier one that, if I'm dragged along to a ball or something, I can class things up a bit. Can't exactly wear my chameleon cloak everywhere.
To be fair, I think we're carrying ours. Jared and I are both carrying one.
Yeah.
Huh? It's a pleasure world. I have it sent back to the villa.
Yeah.
Alright, well, 6-hour flight on your shuttle back. It's starting to get nightfall. As you touch down, you notice something interesting. There's no one to greet you at the pad.
This is gonna be fun.
Draw a pistol.
Don't draw a pistol.
Don't draw a pistol. Stephanie's gonna step up first.
Oh, wait. Right. Is this an automated thing, or is it a piloted by someone else?
It's piloted shuttle. They don't have automated shuttles, so
Don't draw a pistol.
So you guys head out into the house. It's completely deserted.
What's going on here?
Are there any lights, like, kind of leading us in a pathway?
Guys,
Nope.
can it?
The whole place is lit, but it's lit just like when you left, basically.
Okay, I'm gonna go to, like, I'm assuming there's, like, a
Wait,
communal
bef-
eating area
before
or
you-
something.
Before you move, actually text to everyone using microwave. Hang on a second. I'm gonna go do a sweep, and I will do a sweep of the villa. If you want, I will throw
Yes, I
silent
actually
move.
You don't need to throw silent move, but you're welcome to throw investigate now.
I
Good.
have an
My true
built-in
silent move
Auspex
and-
scanner. Can I check to see if there's any transmissions leaving our villa that would not be normal?
You can, yes.
Would that also be an investigate, or would that be tech use?
That would be because you're intentionally using your Auspex scanner for that.
I do not see an investigate skill. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
Inquiry, sorry.
Okay.
Somebody talked. I did not hear what Tyrion said to my question.
That would be tech use because you're intentionally using your Auspex scanner.
4 degrees of success.
Fair pass.
You're not picking up any transmissions at all coming out of the villa.
Interesting.
And as for your sweep, Trevor, everything seems completely normal until you get to the first of the bed chambers you guys were assigned.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to let you tell me which of the 5 bed chambers you would have gone to first. Whose room would you have sweeped first?
Stephanie's.
So, in Stephanie's bed chamber, you find the girl that she was with violently murdered on the bed with looks like chaos symbols all over the damn place.
You know, I've never been more glad that I can upload video records from my implants. I suspect this is, a trap.
And you also find a data slate there.
Ignore it. I'll do the sweep of the other rooms.
The other rooms are completely
Kratos is
empty.
next. Completely empty? Okay.
Yep.
And I'll text again and to everyone and say, I checked everyone else's rooms. Nothing else is unusual aside from no one is here. Convene. Well, I'll summon them up to the steps room, and I'll be waiting just a few feet outside the door.
Got a sign of science roll for the stuff.
How was she murdered?
So first deal with Coastal Sign of Science.
Oh, sorry.
Coastal, you're actually not picking up any demonic activity recently in the villa at all.
Oh, the symbols are definitely a plant.
And now, how was she murdered? It looks like she was slowly tortured to death.
And how recently?
A couple hours ago at most.
Right, so basically very shortly after we arrived in the city center.
Yeah,
Right.
at most.
Alright. And I'll relay all of that. Well,
I'm
well,
actually
that's
gonna go ahead and head on out. Well, actually, I'm gonna bring this up first. What do you say we alert the authorities so this looks as least suspicious as possible?
Yes,
Sorry, guys.
do that.
I really had to pee right about the time that the words violent murder came out of Tyrion's mouth, so could somebody please catch me up?
The woman Stephanie was with has been tortured to death in her room, and there are chaos symbols all over the place, and there is a data slate just very nicely propped up there. The
murder
data slate has
happened-
no
oh,
blood
sorry.
or anything on it.
Furthermore, the murder happened probably very recently after we arrived in the city center, and Prato suggested to be less obvious and suspicious, we should probably alert the authorities.
I assume you guys are going to inform those of us at the other villa about this?
No, we're all on the same
We're all
one.
We're all-
We're
This
the
is
same.
Oh, I thought we split up to go to our respective villas. Okay, then yeah.
Well, and don't forget, there's technically a room for everybody in every single villa, and I decided to come back to the women's villa for a little bit.
Well, should we see
And-
what's on that day slate?
Also inform. So you know what? Fuck it. I'll make the call to security, and we'll also tell them that they should do a security check, sweep on the other villa.
Your Vox is being jammed.
Guys,
So
this communique is not working.
I'm gonna pick up the data slate and look at it.
So when you call it up, there's a video on it. That's the only thing on it.
Oh, I
thought
love
so.
doctored videos.
I will be
Let's see it.
recording video. Just in case.
Say that again.
He's gonna record the video.
Oh,
Yes.
The video is simply Winter Slate saying that he suspects you're going to want to talk to him and gives you a room to meet in this orbital station. And the video cuts out.
That's ominous. We should probably inform our ship that things are not going to plan.
you may try that, but the box isn't working.
You got
The
an
Vox,
extra
and, the Vox and the psychic senses work differently.
Yeah,
Well,
Jay, you're more than capable
Didn't
of
know you
trying
were
to reach
suggesting
the choir.
that. See, I think with this. And she points at her head. Oh, box.
So, guys, do you want me to contact the ship first, or contact the planet side choir to contact security?
Well, the thing
I would
is-
say planet side and then security, or I would say our ship and then security.
Well, the thing is that don't forget security works for Winter Scale. If Winter Scale's video is here, that means he set this up. Which means, therefore, security is going to actually be slanted against me and probably will try to frame me for this.
Justice is so cloudy at a certain level of power.
I hate pleasure worlds.
It's got nothing to do with it being a pleasure world. It's got everything to do with my cousin being involved.
But trying to contact the ship, 3 degrees of success.
You easily get through. There's no interference or anything. So what
Sorry.
message are you sending the Astropath Choir on the ship? Because remember, these are one-way messages, so...
Yeah, what do you want me to tell him, Ken?
We're being framed for a violent murder. We're gonna go meet with the king bastard himself.
Yep.
Might want to clean that
I
up.
couldn't have put it better.
I'm gonna let him know.
You receive a response, basically, they acknowledge it. Is there anything you'd like them to do?
Ken, you want me to tell him to prepare just in case they need to make an emergency exit?
Yeah.
Then I'll fire him back to prepare exit procedures in case we have to get out of here in a hurry.
You just get back, Roger, arming weapons.
Ooh.
Well, Captain, they'll definitely be ready.
Okay. So I guess we should go check this out, and kind of waves the data slate.
There's no way I can detect via my auspex who, what, or how our communications are being jammed, can I?
It's just a general Vox scrambler somewhere in the mansion.
Well, at least if we get off-site, we'll have Vox communication again.
How far is off site? Kilometer? 10?
The range on these are usually fairly short. If you get more than a kilometer away, you're definitely going to be outside the radius of this thing's scrambling effect.
So, outside of the grounds.
Right, where we could get ambushed. Well, we could get ambushed here. And
If we
they
get
have
ambushed
real
here-
weapons.
If we get ambushed here, we'd have the cover of the walls. So, yes, you're right. As soon as we leave the walls and out into the open, we'll have Vox, but we may be open to ambush. But I feel like he would not attempt. I don't necessarily understand the politics or machinations, but I feel like an open assault on our captain at this time would lead to too much political blowback.
Well, that's why they hit us. That's why they hit us with gas attacks, like what had happened in the past. Yes, I heard the stories, and then make us disappear to a certain penal world.
By the
He
way,
doesn't
you
know where
guys
we
hear the
went.
shuttle
Why would
landing on the
anyone
pad.
know? Glorious. I will pull my pistol out because I don't have quick draw. Throw open a window and take a peek out there.
Did
Door is
anybody
just
call
sitting
or something?
open on the shuttle, just like when you guys summoned it.
No fun. Well, looks like we don't have to worry about calling for a ride.
Nope. And I'm gonna turn to Malika. Put that damn thing away.
It's
We're gonna
shut
end
up.
We're gonna end up in enough bullshit as it is. Just put it away for now and have it on reserve.
But what if I need it just then? That's why I drew it out as I put it away.
Well, that's fine, but we're now walking towards the shuttle.
Before I actually get up to leave for the shuttle is when I
Malika,
would put it away.
much as I hate to spit on your fire, but they could annihilate this entire mansion with a single well-placed missile on a moment's notice.
Gee, thanks for talking shit about my habits. You know how many times
have good
doing that
habits.
has saved me?
You have
Okay.
good habits, however, in this situation, they may not bring us in the best light.
I have a las pistol.
And I wish
What are
you
they
had
going
more,
to
as
care?
so did I.
So as you guys are arguing, going up onto the shuttle, the door simply closes and you feel it div. You can tell from the momentum it's heading up into orbit.
Fantastic.
The shuttle flies up into orbit, docks at the orbital station, and the door opens.
Do we have a greeting party?
Nope. But this is definitely the station where the room was indicated to meet Winterscale. This is the main orbital station around the world.
Okay.
Guess we can step off the shuttle.
Yep, and I'll start navigating towards said room. You know, figure out where the numbers go and go in that direction.
You eventually find the room. It's a fairly well done, like posh room, meeting quarters, basically.
Anyone in there?
As you open the door, you see Winterscale sitting behind the table. He says, welcome, welcome. Come on in.
I wait for Steph to make the first move on this one.
It's a pleasure. How have you been? How are you doing, rather?
The pleasure's all mine. You and your command crew are welcome to come in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do a little curtsy to him and walk in.
And pray just don't bother with the recording implant of yours. It won't work.
Fair enough.
So what do I owe the honor of this meeting?
Oh, just a little business proposition, that's all. I assure you you're not the first, so don't worry about it. We've hammered all the details out this with countless people before you.
I'm sure. So what is this deal you want to make?
The deal is quite simple. You pay me a rather small sum of money every year. Well, small compared to the amount of money you have. And owe me, well, pretty much as many favors as I want. I'm not going to bullshit you. And in exchange, all of the recordings and documentation and evidence that you're a Slanesh worshipping cultist doesn't go to my friend in the Inquisition.
Thought as much.
Fantastic way of earning extra money off of a pleasure world, isn't it? Inquisition's always so suspicious of people that come to these planets.
Understandably.
As I'm sure you can see, this is a very easy proposition for you to accept.
Absolutely. However, how do I know you will keep your end of the bargain?
Well, see, that's the brilliant part. First off, you don't really know I'm going to. And second off, you do know that I want money, and frankly, getting you killed by the Inquisition doesn't actually get me anything.
What's his armor and arms?
He looks like he's just sitting there in standard clothing.
I walk up to him and poke him.
As
Yeah.
you cross the midpoint in the room, 5 turrets descend from the ceiling and aim at you.
I take a step back.
Don't mind the new head of my security team. She's a little overzealous sometimes.
It's fine. I've had people shoot at me. I've had people throw blades at me. Storming over towards me, it doesn't bother me much anymore.
Flipping the table came to mind. Still want to do it.
I assure you my auto-targeting turrets would kill you before you got halfway to the table. They're based on the design of that lovely ship you found. I'm sure you've seen them firsthand, how the targeting system works on them.
Mm-hmm. I can guess anyway.
Sad what happened to that poor engineer of yours. Things happen though.
So what got you in league with my associate?
Oh, the scion of your family. Or as I like to call her, the bitch.
You and me both, sweetie.
Simple politics, that's all. I need resources, she has resources. She wants you dead, I don't particularly care either way.
You know, to get this far, I am decently good at what I do.
Yes, but I already considered allying with you, but didn't think it was gonna work.
You wouldn't have Delorium if it wasn't for me in the first place. Just saying.
Yeah, true, but something about stabbing your predecessor in the back. Don't know, didn't think it was gonna work for you with what I know about you, so you got ruled out.
Shame. We could have made great allies.
I know. If it makes you feel any better, I intend to kill her as soon as I'm done with her, so.
Absolutely.
Consolation prize.
So maybe when you're done with her, you and I can have a longer discussion about what we can do with our future.
Of course. Until then, you'll have my account number to fax the money over every year. Have fun!
She'll smile sweetly and then back out.
So, as long as you are paying Winterscale's bribe, you lose 1 profit factor. Just 1.
I thought so.
Huh.
I thought it wasn't going to be bad at all.
Actually, I have to check something because this could actually work out quite well in our favor if something works how I think it works.
Stand behind Kratos?
Oh no, I don't see that ending well for anybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are you thinking?
Like, don't get me wrong, it crossed my mind.
He would probably die? Maybe. He's powerful, so probably not. Implants and all that. The turret will probably kill us all because they're probably linked also to his vital signs.
I was about to say it's that second thing, because honestly, 2d10 plus my willpower bonus of 4.
No, you probably kill Winterscale there, but then the turrets turn you all. Yeah, you probably kill Winterscale there, but then the turrets turn you all into Swiss cheese.
Right, turrets fall, party dies.
More importantly, what the hell do we do? Like, even if we manage to survive killing Winterscale, the political and social blowback, like, what the hell would we even be able to come back to after that?
Yeah, like, for example, it would be 2 degrees of success. He'd have to pass on the willpower or take 20 damage.
Yeah, killing Winterscale wouldn't have actually been that difficult. Surviving killing Winterscale would have been difficult.
Because the turret's in his room?
That's why I resolved to do what I originally intended on doing. I just figured to walk over and, determine if it was a really, really well done hologram.
And the other thing is too is even if we kill Winter Scale and somehow survive the turrets, then the whole entire base is going to go on high alert, and we're never going to get out of the station.
And guess who would take right over?
Yep.
Das bitch.
Well then. So now we're being extorted for something that we're not even guilty of.
Pretty much.
Possibly.
Did we
I
actually
do
accept that?
have to-
Are you saying possibly we're not guilty of? Because
Well, no.
Stephanie is actually following Slanesh, we have a little bit of explaining to do.
No. If my implant works like I think it does, in that it's constantly recording, then I can actually turn that information over to the Inquisition.
But he said it wasn't going to work, remember?
It wasn't going to work for the meeting, sure. But for the time that we arrived on the planet to the time we came back, proving that we had nothing to do with it?
Also, with a Psyker giving on Astropath, giving the Inquisition the whole rundown of that meeting. I feel like I could have the mental movie and beam it into somebody.
That'd be a lot of
If they
information.
let you.
I transmit via message.
If they let you and if they trust. Remember, Jared, that psychers are not trusted by the Inquisition.
Yeah, the difference is mine is a recording. Like it's
Yeah,
a USB
Brian's
device.
is tech. Tech is far more likely to be trusted than a psyker because tech is just tech. It just does what it does.
Right. There's no certainty in flesh but death.
And even though he says it wasn't going to record it, honestly, I'd be very surprised if he had a way to prevent it from being recorded. Just because, look at it this way. How is he going to stop a recording? It's not wirelessly accessible. You can't hack it. It's literally impossible. Like, he might have a way. Maybe. But, like, I can't think of a way that you could prevent somebody from recording something on, like, really anything without shutting down tech in the area. So I'll be checking that later.
Good.
Speaking of, I will totally check that to see if it recorded.
What, in the room?
Yeah.
It's just static. As for everything up to this point, you have a full recording.
Okay.
But up until the exact moment you crossed the threshold of that door, you have a full recording.
Okay. I am going to ask our tech priest how that would be possible.
Did I detect any interference when I entered from my own implants?
Well, again, interference wouldn't mean shit. Like, you to interfere, it has to be a signal, right?
Well,
It
I
must
have.
be a
Yeah,
signal.
you're right. You're absolutely right. And I would have a similar implant myself at this time for recording things. So
I'm not like you can have him roll tech use, and then it doesn't matter what he has. We just don't know. But it cannot be an interference of a signal because there's no signal. There's no wireless signal to interfere with, and interfering with a wired signal requires so much electromagnetic radiation that it would probably give us sunburns.
And let me revise. When did you get that implant, Ryan? Was it in the campaign or was it prior to campaign?
Prior to campaign.
Okay, then yes, you actually do have a recording of it.
Okay. Yeah, that was his starting gear.
I didn't know that. I
Okay,
thought
then.
that was implant you got later.
Nope, he actually would have had that stuff before he even met Stephanie.
Chris, your implant was during the campaign, though, because that was one of the ones you unlocked later.
Yes.
Yours is static.
Very strange.
And your tech use knowledge tells you Ryan's right. There's no way he could generate an interference signal, but he could have a kill switch put into an implant ahead of time.
Yes, absolutely.
Again, Chris has got during the expanse, and his is just static because out of character, you know exactly what happened, Ryan. There's a kill switch in it,
Okay. No,
which
that
is
makes sense.
easy enough. You know, he sends a wireless signal, switch deactivates the recording.
Yeah, I wasn't ruling out the possibility of Xenotech somehow messing with storage of the information or something, but that'd be really weird tech. I can't think of a way that could possibly be done.
Yeah, no, you have a
Xenos.
recording of it. Chris
Oh,
does
even
not.
better.
Well, I'm curious just how many pies our friend has his finger in, but at least we have something. There is some serious discussion going on in the text over there.
Yes, there is.
So anyway, do you guys just head back to your ship? No one tries to stop you.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys head back to your ship. You're given clearance to leave whenever you'd like.
So you think the excess income is just coming from him extorting various wealthy individuals?
Not just, but most.
He totally even
Probably.
said it himself.
Yeah, it's the whole thing of what he's doing is he's allowing people in power, rogue traders included, it's someone like me right now, he's trying to frame me for being a Slanesh worshiper, and he's going to do that for a lot of people. That's something necessarily believable. She's going to look a little uncomfortable and then continue. I have a lot of things in my past that theoretically people could assume that I have gone down that path, even though I haven't. So
Data slates and information can be manipulated to create a narrative. It's actually not that difficult for one with nefarious purposes.
right, which means that anyone with enough money, it's the whole the amount of blackmail he has, he probably doesn't turn very much of it over to the Inquisition. He probably gets paid off by people like he just did to us to increase his profit factor so that, he keeps those little blackmail things somewhere, but he gets the income from the people he's trying to blackmail. In most cases.
Additionally, the Inquisition is often eager for a morsel. They're like a small animal yapping at a treat. They'll take a small morsel and run a field for it.
No, I
Yeah,
have
I
a
do it
record of
auto-recorded.
their time on the planet.
Speak of the Inquisition, they shall appear. Just, well, maybe not actually while holding a candle and sing it into a mirror at midnight 3 times. Well,
I will go.
it doesn't work, but don't do that.
I will go ahead, and when we get back to our ship, I assume that's where we're headed, right?
I'm done here.
Yeah, you guys headed back to your ship.
I will go ahead and transfer it to my pad because I thought I picked up a data slate. Whatever. I will grab a data slate. I feel confident there's a free one somewhere on a cruiser.
Absolutely.
There's a fuck ton of data slates.
And I will go ahead and transfer our entire trip, literally from being within the warp. So they can see us exiting warp, and I will put that entire, because it's only a day, onto the data slate, up to and including the meeting with Winterscale.
Okay.
Smart.
And then double check that it all plays out correctly on the data slate.
It all plays correctly.
So we should probably save that in case we ever do have to go to guns on this blackmail.
Okay, and then I'm going to set a password on it. And if you'd like, I'll give you the password, but it's not going to be a word. It's not going to be a sentence. It's going to be a fucking paragraph.
I feel like that's excessive.
Not
Well,
really.
Using brain power to hack that, they could still hack it within probably nanoseconds because of 40k tech. You know what?
No, they can't, because it has to do with how password security works. Like, the entire world's supercomputers working together to attempt to hack a paragraph-sized password would take decades.
I'm saying 40k computers are far more powerful than ours.
They're
They're
not.
not actually.
What?
They're weaker. They're significantly weaker than ours.
Because of the
Oh.
limits of how they have to run AI and how they have to use cogitators, which are basically brains, they're actually slower than modern computers.
Okay, no,
Ryan's right. It would be very difficult for 40k tech to hack a password that long.
right. I
For
completely
Imperium, 40K
glossed over the fact that we're kind of using shackled limited AI for a lot of our shit. And they don't do that because bad things happened a while ago because of doing that.
Well, plus you can only randomly guess a password. It's the only way to crack a password. You can only randomly guess it.
Right.
Yeah, so I will say, I will give the caveat for Imperium computers, it would be difficult to break that password.
Agreed.
Ignoring Tau.
Oh, not even Tau. Fuck Necron.
You know what? No, it's going to be
Okay.
it's going to be a paragraph-sized block of random characters because my character's capable of remembering that.
Yes,
So
because
am
you
I,
have perfect
apparently.
memory.
Yeah, but it's going to be like
Wow.
300 random characters.
Yeah.
Special characters included.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Okay, so you have the recording on a data slate that is locked down.
I'm going to request a copy of that information so I can have one of those data sites in my quarters.
I know you have the same type of implant I do, right?
Yes.
Then I will go ahead and make a copy and set it for a different 300 character password.
Sure.
For completely random things. And I will show you the password, and I will say, do not tell anybody this password.
Sure. If it keeps you happy. I forget that your character is a paranoid sumbitch.
Yeah, well, he literally has paranoia of the talent.
No, that's fine. I am cackling behind my mask that at your measures. However, can't be too careful.
Yep.
Never.
By the way, Tyrion, since I can't whisper you, since when I type /W Christopher, I get one result. So I don't know if it's Chris or Christopher.
You can do /whisper GM, and it will whisper him.
Yay. Well,
Yep, because I'm the GM, so.
kind of have the cons anyway. So yeah, I would think to have my dress sent to the ship directly.
Oh, all of the nice things you guys purchased have already been delivered to your vessel.
Of course.
Good. I immediately storm off to Artor, almost throw the dress at him, and just basically thrust it out towards him and say, "Hey, can you scan this for recording devices or whatever? I want to make sure I can use this and not feel resentful."
Of course. I have the Auspex implant. I'll give it a thorough scan.
So give me a tech use on your aspects.
Three degrees success.
There is not one piece of tech in this entire dress.
Nothing but synthetic fibers and natural fibers. No
Good.
digital tech whatsoever. You can feel completely confident in the enhancement to your assets.
Where a machine wouldn't help me with this. Thank you. And then put the dress somewhere nice.
So, as a funny side note, if I'm a little bit out of it, I actually have a great excuse. Yesterday, I worked 10 hours after driving for 4 hours after sleeping for 3.
Damn.
Nice. Happy
I-
Thanksgiving.
I slept half an hour before yesterday's shift, and I worked open, close, solo.
Yeah.
I slept in today. It felt great.
Right? I've
Hooray.
been sleeping in for the past month.
And coping with yesterday, that evening, drank half the bottle of rum. I regretted that mistake.
I'm sure you did.
You should call me up. I would have helped you. I would have helped shoulder the burden of that half bottle.
I'm sure there were air quotes implied, but that's okay. It's also the rum that you happen to like. The Applegate Farms, whatever I brought to your wedding.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oi, where to next?
I believe the plan was the temple. I don't know if any of the information we recently discovered changes that plan.
Yeah, unless you go looking for her, Malika is just blowing away time at the shooting range.
I realized I'd almost forgotten to roll toughness to see if I mutated from my navigator power, but no, I rolled an 11. I'm good.
Nice.
All right, so where are you guys taking the ship next? The ship that has nothing but you guys on it.
What?
What?
Nothing.
The fuck
Oh,
we
about
have
no,
you
no
guys?
clue.
he's just hinting about the Slanesh demon. Okay. I was worried that all our crew had been left planet side somehow.
That's what I was getting at.
That's what I was thinking.
Like, I was just like,
Look at
wait,
them.
there's 5 fucking people on this cruiser? This is a problem.
How did
Then
we
you
get
get back
this?
on, you transfer to your data slate, and then you're like, wait, why didn't I pass anyone in the hall? Oh, fuck.
Though
There's
I
a
have to
remarkable
say,
lack of saluting as I walk past people. Don't worry about it.
if I have to pick a planet to fill my crew with, fill my ship with crew from, this is not a bad choice.
Right?
Oh,
But how many of them are working for Winter Scale?
Let's roll a D100 times 2 to see how many % of your crew are actually Slanesh demons.
As long as all of them don't know that any other one is a Slanesh demon, I'm okay with it.
Wait, where do we
Right?
get this crew?
Well, think of like spy versus spy. Can you imagine an entire ship full of Slanesh demons doing spy versus spy?
oh.
So
So,
all
No,
trying
no,
to corrupt
actually,
each other.
I actually got a board game that's like this called Secret Hitler.
Oh, I love
What?
Secret Hitler. Secret Hitler is amazing.
I
Damn
want
it,
to
It's
play
Rob.
it
a
because
party
of the
game.
name.
It's a party game where you have, like, in a group of 8, you have 3 who are just like regular old liberals that are trying to pass good policies for the government. You have, or no, it'd be 4 liberals. You'd have 3 fascists and 1 secret Hitler. The fascists know who all the fascists are. The liberals have no idea who is who, and Hitler knows who he is and doesn't know who anybody else is. And the goal is to pass votes around the table to pass liberal policies, unless, of course, you're one of the fascists. Then your goal is to either get Hitler elected or to pass so many fascist policies that the liberals lose. And there's a whole lot of lying and a whole lot of accusing and a whole lot of laughing.
And the best part is you can convince the liberals to kill a liberal, and all of a sudden you have the majority and can pass shit.
Oh my.
Okay, so this is not unlike the Resistance, but with a bit more depth to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Secret
a great.
Hitler is definitely it definitely takes the concept of the resistance and takes it up to the next level. Plus a little bit of cartoonism inspired by, I think it was the same guys as the Oatmeal that helped with the concept. I think it was the same people as Exploding Kittens that helped design and print this game. So
No, it cannot be the same people behind Exploding Kittens because they've only done 1 game. They are working on a 2nd game, and
okay,
they've come out with an expansion for Exploding Kittens called Imploding Kittens.
because of
Yes, Secret Hitler is on Tabletop Simulator.
Oh my.
However,
Good.
However, I totally have backed the next game from the people behind Exploding Kittens.
Nice.
So I will be getting a copy of that, and it will be amazing.
We need to
Nice.
get Tabletop Simulator. Like, seriously.
Like one of these days, all of us need to get it, and then that way we can play some board games. It's basically it's on Steam, and it lets us all play a lot of different board games.
Oh, it's from the guys of Cards Against Humanity. I knew it was somebody that was really popular that made it.
Aha! That's pretty cool.
There's also, by the way, Cards Against Humanity on Tabletop Simulator.
Shit, you can play that for free on the internet.
You don't play Cards Against Humanity. You just flip random cards and see what random combinations come up.
Right. You also can't exactly cheat when it's on the internet. I've got like 7 bullshit cards. Discard bucket all of them. No, this is a fun game. It's supposed to be fun.
Anyway, we're going to the temple, right?
Yeah.
Do we need to stop for supplies, or did we refuel while we were on the pleasure world?
Well, you guys have been there for a day. That's not enough time to take on supplies. But you were fully supplied from Footfall, and it took you 2 days. Remember, the warp was awesome. Ryan was an amazing navigator.
Yeah.
Right.
Somehow I suspect getting away from Solus might be difficult.
All right, so your ship flies to the edge of the system. Ryan, it's time to make your jump. You're taking a -10 to find the Astronomicon.
Bitch!
No, there is something. Yeah, your ship is actually like creating some sort of a haze around you.
Strange.
Is it a very pink haze?
It's you can't really perceive it. It's slightly blocking the Astronomicon's light.
Okay, so I don't know how long it's going to take. However, that is still a -10. It's still 2 degrees of success.
All right. Are you jumping to Footfall, by the way? Or where are you
Yes.
going?
Straight to
Okay.
Footfall. So the next step, look for obstacles. Actually, I can't fail to look for obstacles. Nope, can't fail it. Which is
All right.
good because I rolled a 96. But that's still a pass. Navigating or charting a course. Holy shit, is it good that I passed
That's
with flare on
steering the vessel. So
We're steering the vessel, yes.
Don't forget your thingy too.
Yeah, I'm adding up totals. That is a pass with a degree of success on an 88, by the way.
So you're taking a -10 trying to fly away from this place, so you just pass. You have no degrees of success.
Oh, a -10 on flying away as well.
Yeah, it's not like the ship doesn't want to leave this place.
Fair enough.
Neither did I until winter scale shit happened.
I don't need sex. Winter scale fucks me every day.
So for the first week, all is well. Everything seems to be going well, although the ship is basically trying to swim through molasses as far as the warp is concerned, Ryan. Like, you have never seen this many currents blowing against a ship in the warp.
I'll go ahead and let Stephanie know what's going on and that it will take us longer. And share my reasons as to This will be a direct communication over the microbead in High Gothic, and share my suspicions that our warp, our Geller field fluctuation was likely a Slanesh demon.
So on the 8th day, you all start seeing shades on the ship. Like those of you that went
Don't
down,
or did you roll the same one twice?
I rolled the same one twice for that one.
Okay.
The other one I rolled a what was it? A warp storm and all as well, so I picked for you.
That's fair.
Because I figured warp storm or all as well.
Yeah, if all is well is an option, assume I'm going to pick it.
Yeah, and that's what I've been doing. That's why sometimes I'll just say all is well without giving you an option. If all is well is one of them, you just pick that. But yeah, for this one, you got 2 visitations. So those of you that went down to the planet, like the entire 8th day, you see the people that you met down there. Only all of them keep accusing you of being a Slanesh worshipper. And Nara, you get followed around the entire day by the kind of mutilated corpse of the girl that was murdered in your room, saying, "You did this to me."
Oh, damn.
Oh, awesome.
There's no
That
actual
should be
effect
fun.
of it, but
Okay, I don't have to like do a willpower save or anything. That's really good.
On that day, also called basically the crew down to the shooting range. Open invite. Think of it as a form of this "shut up, fuck you" distraction.
all right, this is actually going to be a choice for you, Ryan. On the 16th day, you're actually going to have a choice.
Okay.
You can have Gellerfield fluctuations or a warp storm.
Out of curiosity, am I still taking the penalty on the navigation right now?
No, that was just to pull away from Solus.
Then I will go ahead and take the warp storm.
Okay, give me a roll to try to chart through it.
It's a 1 or 100. I know it.
Well, I rolled a
Right.
12, but that is against a 102.
How many degrees?
That's,
That's
10
9.
degrees. Or, yeah, 9.
So that is actually good enough. You actually dodge the warp storm even though it's following the ship. Like, it keeps trying to home in on the ship. You actually have to dodge it 3 times before you're finally clear of the warp storm.
Dude, you're a goddamn ninja.
What the fuck?
And then on the 17th day, you're ready to come out of warp at Footfall.
I know it's a little frivolous, but did anyone take Malika up on her offer for the shooting range?
Oh, you made me
Honestly,
on that?
with
Yeah,
this,
I would totally take
No.
you up on that offer.
No, I don't bother Praetus. He's doing stuff.
Sorry, I totally was not looking at the chat. And yeah, I would totally take you up on that offer. I hate warp travel because I need to kill time.
I'm probably in the training room, not in the shooting range.
I'm probably with Steph.
Well, you'd still get the invite, but yes.
Including on the that middle encounter there, Nara?
Huh?
Including on that 8th day encounter with the shades?
Yeah. I'm trying to ignore it, remember?
Yeah, it's getting harder, isn't it?
Yes. Shut up.
Anyway, so Ryan, after the warp storm that behaved very weirdly, go ahead and bring us out of warp at Footfall.
Give me a second to do some math here. Am I still eating that -10 penalty?
You are, but not for the same reason. You're not being pulled back towards Solus, but until further notice, your ship doesn't want to leave the warp anymore. You're taking a -10 penalty on all tests to leave the warp.
Okay. So that is 5 degrees of success.
So even though the ship doesn't seem to want to leave the warp, you open a path and you slide out using your skills. You are fucking exhausted after that flight.
Yeah. So for the week it takes us to sublight our way there, I'll go ahead and take a couple naps.
We can gloss over what Artur and Malika's going out because her goal is basically all business. It's practice with an unfamiliar weapon.
So actually,
Whereas Arthur is just looking around.
as you guys are flying into Footfall, you guys, it takes again about a week to fly in. About 2 or 3 days into it, early one morning, the ship is actually shaken by explosions. About 5 or 6 of them.
Steven?
Okay.
What?
Yeah, Steven, what the fuck?
There's no ships nearby. Those explosions came from inside the vessel, not out.
Where?
Yeah, okay, where?
As I reload my Storm Bolter and eject the partially empty magazines just anywhere. I don't need them.
Just random locations on the ships. They weren't near any of the vital systems.
I'm headed to engineering ASAP.
Tell me where the first one is.
The first one is on deck 4, section 8.
What do we have down there as I start moving down to deck 4, section 8?
Several security personnel are already convening there, but again, there's no vital systems there, so there were no security personnel nearby.
Okay, well, I'm not calling additional people over there because this is not center to anywhere. Carry on. It's going to take me time to get there.
So, Chris, you get down to engineering, and the engine seers are fiddling over the cogitators. They say, surprisingly, again, none of the explosions were in vital areas. The ship is fine.
Artur, keep me posted.
All personnel are accounted for?
All personnel are accounted for as of now, sir.
Very curious. I assume we already have security in the area to watch over major systems.
Yeah, all the major systems have a security detail assigned to them on a ship like this.
I'm gonna contact the captain on the microbead. All my high-ranking engine seers are accounted for and no damage to the systems.
So, Trevor, you arrive at the section. It's a very small hole that got blown in the ship. This was a shaped charge designed to puncture a hole in it, but not very large. Like, it wouldn't have done... Your ship's hull actually doesn't take damage from these explosions. They're so small. They don't even damage your structural integrity. Give me a perception roll, though.
1 second. Oh, double ones. That is a pass by 3.
The explosion blew out underneath one of the wards that is on your Warp's Bane hull. It destroyed one of the wards in the Warp's Bane hull. It was a very focused charge to destroy the ward that was here.
I will instruct security to check on all of the other places in which we had explosions occur and probably determine, yeah, they're going for the Warp's Bane hull.
Yeah, all 6 charges were simply small shaped charges that damaged the Warp's Bane hull. Basically, the Warp's Bane hull is runes inscribed in the outer hull, and these were shaped charges on the inside designed to destroy the runes from the inside.
Well,
Are they all down?
The Warp's Bane
unusable?
hull is fine for now. Your ship's a cruiser size. 6 explosions is not going to be enough to damage the Warp's Bane hull, but it was obvious that was the target.
I will instruct all of the security to get to... I'll have Praetor pull up designs of the ship and basically instruct me where all the other key good points to set other detonation charges at, and have security go to those points.
You can go to as many as you want, but the problem is the entire hull is inscribed with these things. So the outer surface of the ship is basically a target.
So, how many in total do I have? Do I have any idea how many runes there had to be on the Warp's Bane hull to make it functional?
On a ship of cruiser size, a couple hundred.
And how many explosions went off?
6.
6. And
Do
they
you
were
need to drop out
scattered
of the
all
warp
over
to make
the ship.
repairs?
You're at Footfall, so you are out of the warp. You were
Oh.
flying into Footfall in real space.
Right. So we have a list of suspects.
Well, I will put security on high alert. Basically, tell everyone, hey, if you're not on duty, sorry, get the recap because you're on duty. Go on patrols and have other people stationed near more key components. Yes, I know I'm working with the light crew. Drink more recap.
All right, your security people, the ones that aren't assigned to vital systems, will start patrolling the outer areas of the hull, the outer areas of the ship more specifically than the inner areas.
And I will head over to engineering because holy dog shit, there's a lot of key components there.
So, is our warp span hull still operational?
Yes, 6 runes being damaged out of the several hundred wouldn't even cause a fluctuation in the warp span hull.
So, Captain, should we stop and make repairs, or you think we should forge onward?
Want my personal suggestion? I like it as much as I do. Wait, never mind. Long days. I think we got a demon on board because honestly, they're targeting the runes specifically. That is far too big of a target to take out specifically because they would take the fucking shell off of the ship in the process. They may not be the most intelligent demon, but that's my assumption.
They want to make room for more incursions.
Yes. Which means we have someone squatting on our boat and I want to scour them out.
Yeah, well,
So many
good luck
places
with
to
that.
hide.
Good luck with that. There's almost 100,000 people on this ship, and I'm assuming we're by ourselves now, arguing.
Yep, thanks. And then I actually click it off for a little bit while I begin relaying orders to basically overreacting and having people start scouring shit they can.
Captain, you may need to bring your security in line before she creates a panic.
Yeah, where does she go?
How would we try to narrow down where this fucker is?
Presently, still on my way to engineering, so I'm in transit.
Not you.
A trained psyker could try to divine out a demon, but that's going to come down to who's better, the psyker or the demon at hiding its presence.
Fortunately, we at least have a trained psyker.
And fortunately, it's not Zinch.
And it's
We-
science,
oh.
right?
Yeah, it's basically, I was looking this up. Somebody came up with how you divine a demon on a ship. It's basically you roll sign of science, and then they roll, and it's opposed over who gets more successes. To see if they can hide their presence, or more accurately, see if they can disperse their presence over enough of the ship that you can't narrow it down.
Okay.
So, in other words, as long as the
for
demon
assisting?
keeps moving, we can't ever pin it down and trap it.
What are the rules for assisting? Do we just stack degrees of success?
For an assist, there is a very specific rule. All you can successfully do is add plus 20 to a test.
Okay, and I'm guessing you have to roll against the difficulty and pass.
Yes, if you pass, you add plus 20 to the other one's result, basically.
Do degrees of success matter?
No, you just have to pass.
Okay. So you do get plus 20 to your test, Jeremy.
Okay.
But yeah, you just have to just straight pass. If there's modifiers, you take the modifiers too. But there's no modifiers in this case. So you just have to pass. Degrees don't matter. Degrees of failure don't matter either. It's just, did you pass? Yes, you can help.
Okay.
So I get plus 20.
Yes.
Which
so
doesn't
go
matter.
ahead.
It still fail. Oh, sorry, I thought you had already rolled.
No, not yet.
So give me the roll.
So it's a degree of success.
That was what the plus 20.
That was
Jerry,
just
you
the plus
can't-
20?
Yeah,
Let's
Jerry,
notice
you
all-
can't even detect a demon on the ship. If there's one here, it's doing a better job at hiding.
Unfortunately, there's not very many, like, trained, quote-unquote, trained psychers that we could find and trust.
Yeah, the only ones that are truly trained to hunt down demons are the psychers working directly for the Inquisition.
And we probably don't need that extra heat right now with the blackmail.
Okay. I don't think it's going to work. However, he will spend, like, as he's walking around the ship, he will just be popping gaze into the abyss. Requires a successful perception test. If it's something like a demon, they can make a willpower test opposed by my perception to hide them if I walk across them. But it will show me like objects that are tainted or areas that are tainted, which will eventually help us narrow it down, or I might get lucky. I don't think it's going to work, but even Practice doesn't think it's going to work. But if he happens to walk across a demon while popping the power, there's a chance he will find them.
All right, give me a perception test.
That is a fail.
By how many degrees of success? Because you're going to pass by someone that's really strong.
1 degree of failure. I mean, keep in mind, if it's as long as they're not a psyker or a demon, they actually don't get to make a willpower roll. But I have to make a successful perception test to determine, period.
Okay, so just by failing, you basically just failed to gaze into the abyss. You don't see anything.
Yes, the power isn't active. I mean, again, if this guy's going to be by me for more than a minute, then I would expect another power throw.
You're going to pass by here more than once, so go ahead and give me a second test.
I'm not accepting 2 80+ results in a row. I will fate point that and switch dice.
I forgot I could fate point shit.
Old.
That, however, is 4 degrees of success. I feel like I'm the only person who regularly spends all their fate points, by the way.
You really are.
I save them for important moments, like AC/DC.
Again, I don't have much that I need to fate point so far.
Otherwise, I would have totally, if I remembered, would have re-rolled that sign of science up there.
So there's your answer to it, and you can see why I would have sent that to you as a private whisper.
Yeah.
All right, so your security, just in their initial sweep, don't find any more of these charges. But they even say, the ship is huge, so this is why security tends to be stationed around vital systems, is those are not huge. The engineering and stuff, if someone wants to take a ship offline, they have to hit the vital systems. The problem is these charges were not on vital systems.
Right. And you need to have a rotating guard duty. Otherwise, you would have twice as many people as we can put on the ship. Not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. You can't patrol an entire ship this size. You can only guard the vital areas.
So, assuming they probably haven't stolen and kept it, we'll basically defend the areas where they can get shape charges and stuff. Just kind of keep it more on high alert.
Yeah, Trevor, your armory actually isn't missing any explosives. Wherever they got these from, it wasn't your armory.
Oh, how big were these explosions? Exactly.
They're small. They're about the size of a breaching charge, actually. As a matter of fact, they look pretty much exactly like a military-issue breaching charge.
Is that down to a meter, or like what?
Well, they're shaped charges, so they're not the grenades from the ship, if that's what you're worried about.
That was it.
Yeah, no, they're not that. They're shape charge. They basically get placed on. Normally, they're used to breach like a locked door. You place it where the door's lock is, detonate it, it blows the lock in. That's what military use these things for.
Right.
You have them in your armory, but they're not missing. Yeah, you have them in your armory, but none of them are missing.
So somehow they've gotten their hands on some. So that's lovely.
Figuring out if someone's being paid by Winterscale to screw us over is not exactly easy.
True.
Well, and even if they're not, it's the whole thing of this could be a completely unrelated problem.
Right.
My two suspicions are the obvious and Winterscale.
And before we go on
if
to the
it was,
before we go on to the next endeavor, I think this will be a good place to end once we finish this scene.
Yep.
Agreed. I'm winded.
So we can finish what we're doing now, but we will not leave Footfall today.
hmm,
But yeah, Trevor, you've had military training. You recognize the explosions easily. These were shape charges, and these weren't like homemade shape charges. These were military precision.
Gotcha.
if it was some common thug hired by Winterscale, wouldn't they have more priority than the Warpsbane hole? Higher priorities, maybe?
Maybe.
I'll get in contact with the second in command security officer and ask him if we had sent up any additional people or crew or otherwise while we were on the Pleasure World.
Could be just be a old-fashioned stow.
Actually, I was thinking if they had fake papers and claimed that we had sent them up there as recruits.
Yeah, that could possibly have.
So does the second in command security chief have anything to say, Tyrion?
Sorry, I missed the question. I was answering somebody in chat.
No worries. I was asking him if we had taken on any crew or any additional people while Stephanie, myself, and the commanders were out on the Pleasure World specifically.
Says no. Other than you guys, no one even left the ship while we were on the Pleasure World. We didn't even take on supplies or anything.
Good. Throwing darts in the dark. Thank you.
So it's possible, depending on. Can shape charges be basically set off at the same time, or does someone need to sit there and set off each one individually? Like, if it was one person, could one person set them all, or did it need to be 6 different people?
One person could set them all and rig them all to a remote detonator.
Yeah, that would be very easy, even for someone who doesn't taught the way of tech.
That's military grade stuff. They would make it easy enough for a non-mechanicus person to do. Besides, it's inconvenient and risky to have specifically tech priests set all those charges.
Yeah, so this is something that anyone with some basic, like somebody walking them through doing it once, could then set up all of these, rig them to a remote detonator and press the button. All right, so that is it. We will end here. Next week, we will pick up with you guys trying to figure out who's trying to blow your ship up. Again.
Ominous.
And Ryan trying to puzzle over what I said back to him.
And Malika's actually wondering on what the fuck is going on and if this is above her pay grade.
Oh, don't worry. You're on a rogue trader ship. Nothing is above your pay grade.
No, I'm pretty sure the situation I'm in is above my pay grade. I feel fairly confident that the situation I'm in
Yes.
is above my pay grade.
If it's anything
But you're a
like
fat, paranoid
mine-
bastard hiding in an egg room and don't share anything, so good luck.
You could be sharing a house with a demon for all we
What I
know.
love is that I see all of the private whispers, so I know what all of you are dealing with that's above your pay grade right now. It's kind of funny.
Y'all get the good shit.
Like
No.
you're not getting something right now, Jer. Don't play that they're the only ones getting shit above their pay grade.
Hey! I'm just doing my job. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Artor is the only one not private whispering me. No, Trevor isn't either. So it's the other three.
No, but everything I'm doing is pretty overt, so there's no point in whispering.
Actually,
If
then it
anything,
makes
it's
perfect
internal
sense.
monologue.
In that context, it makes perfect sense that our characters are hanging out because the only ones not machinating or scheming. We're just like, hey, I'm just here to do my job.
Scheming. That's the problem.
No,
Fair.
That's exactly what a schemer would say.
No, my favorite part about this is the fact that you're not machinating or scheming is why you're not in on it. Like, things would be shared with you if we trusted you to keep quiet.
Fair.
But Arthur
Malika-
has proven he doesn't stay quiet.
No, he really doesn't.
Malika's just got to prove she doesn't either.
And Artor is the only one that pillow talked at Solace. I love it.
Malika's overt. Not exactly looking for demons, but hey, high security. Don't worry about it. I said don't worry about it.
Stop worrying about her. I'll punch you in the face.
No, you're
Not
missing your old security chief yet.
Yes.
This one will cover your ass in a ground battle, though.
because I can. He was obligated not to.
So yeah, have fun, everyone, and I will see you all next Friday. Next Saturday, sorry.
But
What can I say? I'm
we have
used to dealing with
500 XP to
orcs.
spend.
Orcs and